Hey everybody, you gotta fix our cameras real quick because we have fewer people on today than we have had in the past. Unfortunately, Pippin is not going to be joining us this evening, but I wanted to get on and say hello to our raiders and to those of you joining us for our charity stream tonight. Let me get these cameras fixed real quick and we'll get on with that. Let's see what we can do here. We're all over the place right now. We got just people halfway in and out of the screens everywhere. Let's see. That's Sir Bowie. Bowie's got to go down here. There we go.
Yeah. Is my camera? No, my camera's good.
No, your camera's fine. I'm just adjusting.
No,
placement.
it's like very good.
Yeah.
We can add bless and stuff when rolling with the D&D Beyond.
Yep.
Wait, you can do that now?
Yeah.
That's like the best thing they've added in a while.
You can add macros and stuff too to do some sweet stuff.
Yeah, but this thing is actually
Sick.
like relatively simple because you can just go into that little button thing and you can add custom formulas, and then it's like the 1d4 and stuff.
Oh, nice. So those of you who don't know, this is Artifact Recovery Corporation. We play every Friday here on our channel. It is a part of our World of Oridon, which is what the map up here on the screen is. Tonight, we are participating in D20 Connect's charity stream to raise money for Extra Life. Extra Life is an organization that participates in charitable donations to Children's Miracle Network, which is an amazing organization. And we would like your help in raising money for these wonderful people. We have a single $25 donation at the moment, which was kind of me getting it started, but we hope that you'll join us and connect. We also want you to check out the other streamers that have been participating in the event. There are a number of them. Some of them are here right now, like Minor Realm Games, who took out their own free time to get this organized and get the ball rolling on this, and they are amazing people. So head over to their stream and give them a follow, find them on Twitch and Twitter and everywhere that you can find other lovely D&D streamers and podcasters. I'm going to let the players who are here kick things off. Aramil will be here a little later, in which time I will have to rearrange all these goddamn cameras again. But, like I said, unfortunately, Pippin... we want to think about Pippin at the moment because Gage, who plays Pippin, is dealing with the hurricanes that are happening right now, and it's not a good time for him. So keep him in your thoughts. Give him some well wishes if you can on the Discord channel. So Pat, you want to kick us off?
I'm fun too. Just as a gentle reminder, Mark, you may want to put the donation link in chat.
Oh,
we have a bunch of people. Maybe we'll get somebody who's brave enough to donate.
Yeah, absolutely. I will do that. You can also click on I believe you can click on the banner, and there is also a panel down below in the About section where you can go right there and make donations in that way. But I will go ahead and grab a link to put right into the chat for everyone as well.
Awesome. So, my name is Pat. As you guys have kind of gleaned, I will be playing Sir Bowie the Bodacious. Bowie is a well-intentioned, well-meaning, kind, energetic, and maybe a little too enthusiastic. He struggled in school, opting instead to prefer the natural beauty of the outside world. Despite not being born in the Feywilds, he longs to spend time there and experience the carefree and jovial life that, like a normal satyr, may experience. Bowie is really at a crossroads in his life. He can live that carefree, irresponsible, and unproductive life, or suck it up and work for the man. He intends to adventure across the land and strike it rich, all while trying to save the world. And if he can manage to make it to the Feywilds in time for a Mondo party, that's even better. He didn't come here to get more responsibility. He kind of came here to avoid it. And he's got a big heart that gets him into more trouble than he probably planned. So kick back, relax, and raise a glass to the good times.
Ace, you wanna Pippin? You wanna or Pippin Perry? You wanna go ahead and introduce your character, Ace? Leon?
Yes. So I'm playing Leon, who's a human variant. When he's a teenager and somehow got combined with another dragonborn that's named Ace. So now he has two personalities. One is Leon and Ace. Um, he just wants to search for a way to get that dragonborn side of him away. Even though that made him stronger, and he doesn't know how it made him stronger, but now he apparently breathes fire, and that's what got him into the arc. That's it.
Take.
Hey, I'm Chigori. Just because this is River and this is Skara. I am playing Longpaws. She's a Goliath Ranger. You know, social anxiety and stuff, not a big deal. You know, just a little bit of a curse to deal with. She wants to, she needs to buy more books. Books are good for helping deal with people. You can read them and ignore people. So she needs money for books, so she came to get a job. And that's how she met up with these wacky creatures that are her co-workers. Very, very strange beings, but entertaining. So she can work with this for now, as long as she doesn't have to talk to people. But yeah, that's her.
I am the Mark Knight. I am your Dungeon Master today and many days throughout the week here on our Twitch channel and in the world of Oregon. The last time we left our franchisees here on Artifact Recovery Corporation, they had finished their first job together, delivering the Wand of Wishes created by Wundelberg, the wizard and artificer, to the Baroness Erin Hammerfall at her keep. Their experience with her was short, to the point, and not very good. She was pretty angry when she discovered that the wand was inert and did nothing. Thinking that this was the case because the wand simply was never used and never tried, she kicked Ark out after settling her debts with them. What she didn't know was that the members of the franchise decided to take it upon themselves to use the wand before anything untoward would have been done with it. And it changed the lives of one of their members for the better or worse. We don't know. All we know is that now the leader of their franchise, Pippin, is the heir of Wundelberg himself. And so they went back to the halls of Wundelberg, the ancient, forgotten artificer's sanctum, where they found the wand, and they have buried the long-dead gnome who once resided there, having found his desiccated body trapped within his living quarters inside the place. And after delivering some funeral rites and wishing him farewell, the members of the team have gone into the halls to claim what other treasure is left behind, clear out the multitude of kobold bodies they left behind, and fiddle with the various pieces of arcane machinery, equipment, spells, liquids, and components that are trapped within. At the same time, Dot, their major domo, has delivered to them a dossier of 3 possible new clients and jobs that they could take going forward. They've perused them and decided that before taking on a job, they would like to interview their clients so that they don't find themselves dealing with someone that doesn't fit with their moral sensibilities. Specifically, Bowie has been particularly concerned with doing a job for someone who's going to bring bad into the world rather than keeping things mellow. And so we pick up here. The group of you have transported some of the artwork and chalices and various monetary goods that you found in the safe room in the halls back to the Bubbling Brews to be cataloged and some of the things to be plopped into the safe. However, Pippin has stayed behind in order to explore the various pieces of the hall that were either left unexplored or, at the very least, to play with that potion vending machine that you all found. And so you've arrived back at the Bubbling Brews, and long pause, you are down in the storage room beneath the tavern, setting what you can inside the safe and realizing that there is not going to be enough room for some of these things, and you may actually have to sell them off. Bowie, Dot is in the tavern floor with you, while your cook prepares some meal in the kitchen that is wafting through the room, and Dot has kind of cornered you to ask if you've reviewed any of the jobs. Leon, you are there as well, staring at the fact that every time everyone leaves the room of the tavern hall, the single table and number of chairs that are in there continuously pile themselves in the corner of the room every single time. Tip and Top, your halfling hirelings, are busy at work constructing more tables to fill out the dining room. And that is where you all are found. Feel free to tell me what you're doing. Dot has literally asked you, Bowie, and Leon, while you're in the room, if you've decided which of your clients you plan to interview first.
So, it's funny you should mention, it's kind of a bad time to ask. We just got back from a funeral, so...
I don't think we should keep them waiting, though. We have rivals, right?
Well... I mean, I don't really consider those guys rivals. They're kind of, they're kind of like a joke, right? Like...
But they can get our job, which is bad.
I mean...
Maybe they do some mistake and hurt a lot of people doing the job. I don't know.
Well, right, but they can't even climb a wall.
That's why. Maybe they
Oh, goodness.
activate an artifact in a dungeon and it explodes and everyone dies. And it's all because of Bowie being lazy and not being the job. Oh, look at Bowie, the lazy man.
I mean... No?
Yeah, you're lazy.
Also, no. So, here's my only worry, right? We should probably interview these people, Dot, but, you didn't tell us where any of them live either, so...
Right. Yes, I can do that for you.
That could be good, Just...
So Dot looks through her files and provides you with the contact information for each of the clients. They all reside... you notice that they all reside within about a half a day's travel from the town of Deer Bluff, or in the town itself. And Dot says, well, of course, you see, they're within your franchise radius.
Oh, that's all well and good, but I'm not
There he is.
I'm really good at like being outside, Dot, but not so good at finding people outside.
Aren't you the cryptographer?
I am the DM now.
Yes. Well, Aramil showed up, so everybody got messed up again. So I
It's
was
all
gonna
good.
move all this around
Oh,
again.
that's right. My bad.
It's okay. We
back.
still love you.
Are you sure?
Yeah. For now.
Oh.
Your cats look incredibly comfortable right now.
Not AF.
Everyone's gonna get so tired, but they're comfy.
I mean, so Dot, do you have any like I don't know suggestions? Pippin's kind of indisposed at the moment, so we're
Yeah,
kind of leaderless.
Well, why don't we review the client list again, and you can tell me which ones you feel most comfortable with, since that's
That
really
sounds good.
that's really what the interviews are for, isn't it? For you to be more comfortable than the last time.
Yeah, that'd be good.
All right, let me pull that up.
Bowie's insides shift uneasily, basically. Wait. Did we put it in the documents? Dot's dossier. Hey, I've got it. Cool.
Yeah, everybody should have a copy, but I'm going to pull a copy up on screen
For stream,
as well
yeah.
for everybody watching.
So, oh, hey, Aramil.
I'll come down stumbling from my room at the bubbling brew. Oh, hey guys. Oh, wow. Oh, I was really tired. Holy cow.
Power nap.
Yeah, 12 hours.
Uh,
I feel good though. What's happening? What did I miss?
So Dot's a little upset with us because and Bowie kind of glances at Dot. We've kind of been stalling on accepting another job.
please don't say we. It's you.
No, it's totally all of us.
No.
Well, now that I'm here, I guess I act as sort of the tiebreaker, or
Sure. So Dot, do you know anything about this Randolph of Woodhaven? I know that Aramil seemed kind of interested.
yeah. Ooh, sorry.
No, you go ahead.
Yeah, I've never seen a proper elf home before. My parents don't really talk about life outside the city. I think they were born in Geneva, so maybe that's why, but I think being able to see a real elf home would be a pretty cool experience, get to visit a home of some of the true elves. Another high elf who isn't one of my or who isn't my mom or dad. And I was thinking we could go there, do that job, and make our way over to Dragon Guard Keep, do the job there, and then come back and just turn in 2 jobs on the same trip.
Yeah, Sylvia also sounds nice. I like her.
I can tell you a bit about Randolph of Woodhaven. Not a lot. I have not met him. I simply received information from corporate saying that he was looking for a contract, and I've received the letter he sent. Doing a little bit of the little bit of information I have on the client is that he is a well-to-do elf, wood elf, who lives in Woodhaven, which is only about a half day's travel into, on the very edge of the ancient forest to the north, just south of where we are now. His mother was a lawmaster of their archives, and she had passed, apparently, according to his letters, and left him some information about a lost elf home known as Oakhold, which is to the far south of the ancient forest. Now, the ancient forest is a dangerous place, I can tell you that. Not many non-elves go there.
Bowie kind of looks at her. Yeah, I know.
True. You would you?
Some
not?
of us have been there, you know.
She nods. This is true enough, I guess.
I didn't. What do I expect?
So you should probably like. Okay. Do you like being alive?
I think so, yeah.
You should probably stay with me then, and don't get separated from the group.
That doesn't give me a lot of information, but okay.
Well, you know, like, you remember that paladin you met, Ace? The other guy. The dude with the big stick.
Which one?
The guy you, like, fangirled over or whatever.
Oh! The cool guy, yeah.
Well, like, you know, he's supposed to be, like, really scary, but he's kind of a dweeb.
He's not a weeb, but okay.
But, like, the stuff in the forest will actually kill you.
Oh. So no friends.
Is it fair for Bowie to speculate on the types of things that would be in the forest, Mark?
Yes, it is. And I will feed you information if you would like, about some things as well.
So, I'm pretty sure that there are wyverns in the forest. They're not dragons, they're different.
Mm-hmm.
Hydras. There's also, like, dryads, shambling mounds. There's a couple of different goblin tribes.
So a lot of cool things that could kill you, and a lot of not cool things that...
Or, you know, just, you know, capture you, ransom you into slavery, make your life a real bummer.
There are trolls in the southern end of the ancient forest.
Oh.
Probably some giants too, right? Like,
We're going to the north, right? So we don't have to worry about trolls.
no, we're headed to the south, Kimosabe.
No, I mean north of the forest, not south of the forest.
Your client lives at the north end of the forest, and
We're heading to the
within
south.
half a day's travel. But the actual location of Oakholm, where the
it's
job
not-
is, has been indicated to be at the southern end of the ancient forest.
Okay.
So, I mean, like, I'm probably one of the only people near here that's been in and out of the forest more than once. And it's cool. I like being in the woods, but,
Mhm.
like, probably should become a little more prepared than we probably are.
That sounds cool, but you're not cool as the cool guy.
I accept this.
Mark,
Yes,
DM question for you out of character.
absolutely.
Because I don't know if Armil would know this. So the elf homes in the ancient forest, are they like a wood elf exclusive area, or is that where like all elves are rumored to come from? I know there's
There
the
are
big
not a lot of high elves in Oregon. Like, for every... like, they are 1% of the overall population of Oregon. Okay?
Oh, gotcha.
Yes. High elves are extremely rare. In fact, the fact that your parents lived in Geneva is, like, unheard of, right?
Oh,
Most high elves seclude themselves to elf homes, but the elf homes are primarily populated by wood elves.
gotcha. Okay,
Yes.
I knew they were rare in Orden. I didn't know they were that rare, though.
Yes, they
Holy
are
cow.
extremely rare in Orden.
Okay, so I guess based on speculation alone, does Armil maybe think that him being an elf would grant them some kind of passage, or I guess some sort of safety in the ancient forest? Because it's like my origin point, or is the danger indiscriminate?
Wait, say that again. I apologize.
I guess I'm asking if Aramil being an elf, would that be something that's actually helpful going into the forest?
It would,
Like,
yes. Or at
Okay.
least going into Elven lands, going into one of the elf homes, it would most certainly be helpful.
gotcha. Okay.
Yeah. But to answer your question, Ace, yeah, it's dangerous. Like, Zot, do you know anybody else that's been into the forest?
Personally,
Like, I mean, there's always the rumor that once you go in, you just don't come back out.
if you're not an elf, and you'll be on the outskirts of the forest, it's those who really, truly travel into it that are most in danger.
Also, going around the forest, not through it.
Some of the
Right.
outer elf homes are far more welcoming of outsiders than those within the forest, and, well, I know nothing about this Oakhold other than the fact that it was lost. It is a historical place.
But
Who's this?
no one lives there anymore.
Merwin.
Merwin,
Yeah, who's that guy? Do we know?
anybody want to make a history roll, or what's everybody's passive? What's everybody's history score?
Not the
Uh,
guy for that job.
+3 on history for me.
Okay.
Let me check mine. I'm not intelligent though. Not intelligent.
Where's Pippin when you need him?
If anybody has a history modifier over a -1, you would have heard the name of Merwin as a just kind of like a storybook legend kind of guy. Like Merlin or Gandalf. If you have a higher one, you may have heard that he was like the Emperor's greatest advisor. If you are trained in history, you can make a roll, and I will tell you more.
Let me check.
Train.
Nobody. Where's
I'm
Pippin?
opening D&D Beyond
Pippin's
right now.
back at the halls, unfortunately.
Yep, it's 0.
I know that. I was making a joke.
No, that's good. So, okay.
He was a great advisor to the emperors. All of them.
All of them?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
Elves can live a
was he
long-
like,
Sorry.
well, was this Merwin guy like a human or like?
No, he was an
Supposedly
elf.
so, yes.
Oh, never mind.
How did he live so long?
Nearest anyone can tell, magic.
Oh. Huh.
I mean, I've heard of elves living for 1,000 years or more, but a human? That's new. He must have been.
Well, I mean, it depends on where you're at too, right? Like, so I don't think it's unreasonable to assume, like when you go to the Fae, like it's rumored things go different there, right? Like,
Have you never been to your homeland?
oh no, I was born here. I guess that's not really supposed to happen either.
Yes, it is rumored that in the Feywild, time functions differently.
Yeah, I mean, I think Mom's been there a couple different times. But like, you're not really supposed to. Bowie kind of looks around. Lou and I are different, I think. I think
Okay.
we're really supposed to have been born? I mean,
Oh.
maybe it's just a rumor, but like, it's whatever. I'm here, aren't I?
Are satyrs not supposed to have kids or something?
Oh no, like lots of satyrs have lots of kids, but like typically not here.
Oh, I see.
Like so I think great uh great great grandma had like 30 or 40 of them.
Whoa!
Well, okay, but like it's not one big family.
So like great 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 grandma probably had like 4 or 5, and then they had kids, and then those kids had kids.
No,
Kind
no, she had like 40 kids.
Oh,
Well, okay, so okay, so you've been to parties with me, right?
I think so.
Has he?
Well, I mean, we went to the part. We went to like we had like had a mini kegger here, right? We had like the
Yeah.
little thing with the guards or whatever, right? Well, like imagine a party, but with like it doesn't stop, and a lot more nudity.
Uh,
Um, I'm gonna look at Dot right now, what she's doing while
Shifting
Bowie is taking
uncomfortably,
all of
I'm
this.
sure.
She's just looking at her folio, just kind of like,
make it stop. Make it stop. Make it stop.
Can we just pick the two and just go right now, please?
But
We
I
don't need
don't,
to talk about this.
I don't know if I believe all that stuff, cause like, I don't know.
So we're picking the two that do not deal with undead, right?
Well, yeah, we want to interview these people first. You don't want to work for
Yeah.
some
We're gonna
jerk.
pick them for the interview.
Sure.
We don't want to interview the third guy.
You said this Sylvia sounds interesting. Why don't you ask Dot some questions, Ace?
I actually like the money. Look.
Well,
She
okay.
gives up, and we get a lot of treasure out of it. We might find another one of witches, you know.
So the Tomb of Vexus offers the greatest payout if you are interested in money, but it seems that you are uninterested in either the job or the clientele.
Not the tomb. It's the cog of
Yes,
Keycutter.
the Cog of Keycutter. It also offers a potentially larger payout, depending upon what you find in the artificer's labs there, and of course, you've looked into one artificer's laboratory, so why not look into a second? It could become our speciality at this particular franchise. And then, of course, there's the archives, which offers the least sizable payout, but is perhaps on your way from the cog or to the cog. Sylvia also lives here in town, actually.
Oh.
And it would be quite easy to schedule an interview with her.
What do you
Yeah,
look
I
at
say-
that? I have good instincts.
Good job,
So-
dude.
So the tombs, Dot. You said it pays a little better, but I don't think we're very well good at dealing with like dead stuff.
Yeah, because even it gives you
I mean,
5,000
like
gold.
I might be okay, but I don't know. Like we don't have somebody who's like really on par or on aces with like on aces. We don't really have anybody who's like got a pretty strong relationship with like Orad or anything. So
No, and I don't think undead really have brains that I can hurt with my knives.
Would you like to outsource a cleric?
well,
Ah.
okay. So have
I
we
mean, we
told
don't have-
Dot about Rack?
I don't know.
Yeah, we did.
Did you
We
last
told
time?
him. We told. I
Yeah.
think so.
We told him
So-
we met some people, I think, yeah.
You know those.
Yeah, because Dot said she was gonna look into Rack.
Yeah.
Well, Dot, have you found any information on Rack?
Oh
or
yes, you
no?
did. Yes. They have opened a location near here. Apparently they're operating out of a large, disused, traveling circus wagon.
Oh, so they're small time.
That's kind of cool. I mean, like that's Pat speaking, but
yeah.
that's kind of cool.
we, kind of,
That is cool.
we don't have to accept all 3 jobs, so leave this to them. Let them
Well,
complete it.
Yeah, do we have like a professional working relationship with them, or
Technically, they're our competition.
Mhm.
right? But like, you know, like if you had a, I'm trying to think of like a organization where like it's commonplace to refer like doctors, right? Like not every doctor is like they're like, yep, something's wrong, but they're not all going to try to take every single job. They might
Right, I understand what you're
professionally
saying.
refer.
Yeah.
And I'm trying to think of something that Bowie would know about that, but like basically he's going to say, well, like maybe we should develop like a professional working relationship.
I mean, I'm
If
the
you would like to
secretary.
pass off the job with the largest possibility of profit to your competitors, I have no problem. I have no problem.
Well, it just might be
drafting a
really
letter.
dangerous, you know. I mean, even the letter says, "Hey, this is going to be dangerous." That one little halfling they have had like shrunken heads and all sorts of stuff. So like he might be better dealing with dead stuff than we are.
Leon's pressing his hand to the background.
What do you think, Ace?
Uh,
Long pause isn't here,
Yeah,
so it's just Ace and Arabelle.
long pause.
Basement.
Would you come up
It's
from the
the
basement at some point, or would you simply stay down there with all the stuff and money?
I'd probably hide behind the door listening
Sure,
so I can hear what's going on and yet not be forced to participate.
absolutely. You can participate at will. You are hearing everything that is going on after cataloging your
Goodies.
probably a good like 750 gold worth of items that you can sell off that you've transported to the Bubbling Brews.
Yeah.
And this is just
Oh, we got the stuff out of.
this is just the mundane stuff that you've brought back so far. Like literally like just like artwork and like I said, goblets and things like that you could probably sell off.
Are you referring to the 5 valuable pieces we did not previously bring back with us?
I am.
So a question to the DM out of character.
Yes.
So the stone that I get from being a secretary, can I contact the other secretary in rank with it?
If in rack, no.
Yeah.
You can contact the other secretary in the main ARC office.
Oh.
And if any new ARC franchises open up, you will be able to be in communication with any secretary at any ARC office. But you are the first franchise, so
So I'm the major secretary right now. I'm the big boss.
you are the secretary for this office. But there is also a secretary for the home office.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh.
Office, basically.
What's that?
First offshoot.
Yep.
Yeah, we're like a field office, so like
Yeah, the first
So-
field office.
I'd like. Okay. I mean, I can go talk to them without my charisma and my.
I just think, this one might get us in really over our heads.
I'm with Bowie.
I mean,
So
the
you don't
guy
want to
even
deal
says
with
we can go interview this guy, Dot, if you think it's prudent, but maybe rather than having a nasty competitive relationship with these guys, we can have a working professional relationship where they refer us work and we refer them work.
Mhm.
And, if we undercut them here and there,
I mean, I think the cool guy likes me, so maybe I have a favor in them. Maybe I can go
Ace, he
talk to
doesn't
them if you
like you
want
at
it.
all.
You're just jealous. You're fine it for me.
No. No. I'm fairly certain he hates all of us, actually.
And then why didn't he stab me?
I'm sorry. I used a bit of sarcasm that was probably unprofessional, and I apologize. If you would like me to draft a letter to Rack to establish a professional working relationship with with our competitor, and make it less of um, a, a, a less adversarial.
Competition?
yeah, confrontational.
Yes, adversarial, confrontational rivalry, and one that's more we scratch their back, they scratch ours, then I can certainly do that. And if you feel that this particular job is more up their alley and far too dangerous for our organization, I shall do such a thing.
It's probably still too dangerous for even them, but they're probably better suited for it.
They can handle it.
Then I shall draft said letter, and you can focus on the other two clients at hand.
So,
Let's do
Silver,
Do you guys still want to interview this guy? What do you think? What do you guys think?
No.
I don't want to interview him, then reject his job. That will be embarrassing.
Yeah, it would feel like kind of a slap in the face, you know?
Yeah. Let's talk to you for an hour, then say no immediately.
Kind of sounds like an asshole in this letter.
That too.
I
Like
refrain from referring to our clientele as such, but I would tend to agree with you, Sir Bowie.
that is not of my concern, for your staffing needs are beneath my notice. Okay, well, your job needs are not important to me either.
So let's prepare for Sylvia then. Then we go to Randolph.
Yeah, works for me. Sorry, Dot. Pippin's dealing with family stuff. He's I think having a good time though.
Well, I will. Shall I deduct the time from his personal leave?
No, cause he's still kind of like making us a place to hide. So he's still working for us, just not working on the same thing as us.
Are you hoping to relocate your office to the halls at some point?
Just kind of looks around.
That can be done,
It's all
but
up to our leader.
that could be done. But
Maybe
I
in
will let you know that a larger establishment will require a larger staff, which will mean the franchise fees will increase. But with the halls being at your disposal, that means that it is an option for the future.
Right. I think we tossed it around a little, and I think it might be like a far future idea when we can, like you said, afford it maybe. Or it might just be more of maybe like an emergency hideout in case something crazy happens. We
It
can
is-
book it down there.
If I'm not mistaken, it is Mr. Pippin's personal property now.
Yeah.
So
Speaking of which,
not
and when
company
she
property.
mentions personal property, hey, should somebody tell Long Paws we might not want to sell Pippin's stuff?
Oh.
I mean,
Talking
like,
about
you can very clearly see Bowie has not thought about this until just now.
the...
Guys, are we kind of stealing from Pippin now?
I mean, he was down to haul it off when we first went there. I know things have changed, but I think if he had second thoughts, he would have
That's a
said
good
something,
point.
right?
That's a
I'm
good
gonna.
point.
I'll push open the door a little bit and say, but he knew that's what the plan was when we went there the first time. So there's no reason he should have changed his mind. And since I don't apparently remember that he wasn't originally Wundelberg,
She
to
doesn't.
me it would just be that, hey, if we were supposed to get stuff and sell it, we can still get stuff and sell it.
Yeah, she was not within the field of the spell when it went off. So for her, Pippin was always a descendant of Wundelberg.
As
Oh,
long
Buzz,
pause
how
popped out.
long you been there?
Jeez! Ah! Where did you come from?
First, basement, the place that had the spiders.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I was putting stuff away. I didn't want
Oh,
to carry it all because I don't have a bag of holding yet. When I get one of those, I'll just carry everything.
We might find one in Sylvia's quest because we're going to ancient taverns.
so Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter then?
Yeah.
Yeah, since she's the closest one.
Let's head there, and then we'll head to Randolph of Woodhaven.
Let's do it. Hey, long pause.
Yeah.
Should we set aside some, maybe our first month and second month's franchise fees while we're gone? Because I'm not really sure how long this could take. And that might be prudent to put some of that away in the safe. That way, in case, we're gone for a lot longer than we intend, we're still covered and we don't lose the office.
Should probably just give it to Dot because I'm not giving her the key. I'll just go down and grab
She
him.
has one.
Nah, I got the key. My key.
Oh, to the safe. I thought you meant to the brew.
No, the safe. And I stuffed the money in the safe. Most of it. But not all of it, of course, because...
Right.
But,
yeah, no. Let's do that. Yeah, no, you're right.
Yeah, I guess I should give her some funds for while we're gone. We are coming back before we leave though, right?
Yeah.
We still got to make some of our own preparations before leaving. Right now, we're just gonna go interview these people. We'll come back, gear up, and then get ready for a hike.
And while we gear up, you might give us more money too, because we need money on our own.
Finished.
We lost Bowie.
Oh no! Oh, wonderful.
Okay.
Oh.
What just happened? But I'm back.
What happened?
Your video isn't back yet.
I got dunked
There
on.
he
I
is.
don't know what the hell happened. It's alright. I'm back.
Bowie rematerializes.
Bowie's back. All right.
So yeah, last thing I heard was we were going to either head to Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter and then Randolph of Woodhaven.
Yep.
Yeah.
And then we'll come back to town, prepare for the journey, and then off we go.
Yeah, sounds good to me. Bowie kind of pulls out his big map. Okay. Dot, where does he live on here?
It's cheap, but okay.
Randolph of Woodhaven?
Yeah.
Okay, so you guys are, what? Where did we say you are? Somewhere around here, right?
Yeah, approximately, yeah.
I really should
Because
put-
they're one
The
of them.
distance is on this.
Yeah. So we're here.
Actually, let's...
Because, if we have to be within a half day's journey of the place for the... whatever.
Yeah, it's basically mark on the map both of these locations, and we can, I guess, we'll get those locations from Dot, and then we'll head out.
Oh, whoops.
Sylvia is in Deer Bluff, the other guy is outside of the forest.
Yeah.
So yeah, Deer Bluff's around there. And then... Hey, let me type stuff.
Work with me, software.
Downtime.
Uh,
There you go.
so Mark,
Does that help?
while we have, yes, that's actually pretty good.
All right. Put
Yeah.
that there.
Um,
Downtime.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
so while we have a
dude,
second,
thank you.
You're good.
Just gifting a bunch of
happened?
subs.
Five more. Yeah, let's
Anywho.
head to
Oh, sorry.
Sylvia and then this Randolph of Woodhaven, and we'll.
Before we go, Leon's going to try to press his best dress, which is fine clothing, and disguise himself so the scales don't appear.
Okay.
All right. Are you gonna do disguise self, or are you gonna try and make up again?
Makeup.
The disguise self is.
Disguise can't. My bad.
Yeah.
So it's deception, right?
Slap some foundation on there.
15. Okay. I'm gonna do.
So anywho, Mark, what I wanted to ask you real quick, since high elves are like the 1% of the population, is there anything I need to change in Aramil's history to? Okay.
I would have
I
told
just
you if
wonder
that
I
was the
wasn't, like-
case. I would have told you if that was the case.
Curious, what appearance or whatever difference between the high elves and the wood elves that this matters?
There's not much difference in appearance, so most people probably simply thought Aramil was a wood elf growing up, unless asked, right?
So if nobody says anything, it's who cares? Kind of.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah.
Good to know.
So I can just treat it as different tribes.
Yes. So
All right,
you,
well, let's
you are
go.
going to go speak with Sylvia.
First,
to start.
Okay.
And hopefully she's nice and not evil.
And I'm taking pocket bacon with.
Of course, you always take pocket bacon. Everybody.
I
needs
think
pocket
it's
bacon.
I think it's fair to say we would wait until Pippin could come with us, typically, but
Typically.
I mean, he
But,
has
circumstances notwithstanding.
Yes, and Pippin is quite busy. He needs some time to himself to play with his new lab.
and he can catch up with us with his horse. So
That's true.
It's true.
Yes, Pippin has a mount. Okay.
I'll return the cart and our rented cart and horse to Dot, obviously.
Wonderful. She thanks you
Stuff
for
in the
it.
basement that fit, and the stuff that doesn't fit, well, I'll stash it in the basement anyway. It just won't be locked up.
Sure. Makes perfect sense, honestly.
Because I have to figure out where to sell it later.
Have Dot find you a fence.
All right. I need to
It's not-
actually pull back up
You're good.
journal entry for myself.
I don't think paintings and goblets are considered illicit goods. I don't think we need a fence. We just need to find a collector.
It's true. That's probably true.
Depends. Are there any urns in this picture, or is it just naked goblins? Because then I'm pretty sure it falls under porn, and thus you need a fence.
Okay, I'm changing my vote for who's on Team Cringe in this party.
Team Heart. I've been firmly Team Heart and Love since
the
the beginning.
Who came up with the fact that the painting is probably naked goblins? Because that's
He said goblins, and he said that wasn't illicit, and I'm pointing out that if it was nude, it would be. Unless you have
I
urns,
wasn't
and then
here
it becomes
for that,
art.
So.
no. It is not. It is neither naked nor goblins on the portrait. So
Oh, it's a portrait.
it's a still life.
Ah.
It's a still life of the
A little ironic it being a still life considering Wumbleberg's very dead.
Oh my god.
Oh,
Why?
He
Why?
won his
Bowie
crown back.
Yeah, he does. Oh
and Pat
god.
takes his place back on Team Cringe for the one shot.
Okay, I'm putting up a poll to see if anybody thinks I need to just boot you from the game now. Sexy gnome paintings. No, those are in Maximilian's home. That's the wrong game. So sell them to Max.
I mean,
Oh,
we
God.
would need a fence to sell to Max, technically.
If anybody doesn't know, Max is from the Wednesday night game. Maximilian is our apparently gnome sexual human noble. So
Gnome sexual. Oh my god.
Don't kink shame him.
I'm
Don't
not-
kink
I'm not.
shame him.
No
That's just
shame
not a-
shaming.
no shame. It's
No shame.
Just
I
what it
just-
is.
It's the
That
teeth.
was a word I never thought I'd hear.
It's the teeth that does it for him.
Everybody just competing, escalating off each other's jokes until just horrific. Yeah, it would be awful if Team Cringe actually came together. They would have to be like, I don't know. You all want to be bards if you did that. That would be.
We did. We literally pitched an
Planned
all bard
it.
campaign. Let us
Oh.
play an all bard campaign
It
whenever
was
your campaign
beautiful
ends.
sounding.
We will do a one shot with
Yes.
you and Steven and Adam and Johnny and
David
and
and
David,
and
Kim.
and Kim is the other two I was going to suggest.
Yeah, and probably Chris. It would be like 6 or 7 of you, and
Oh,
you would
God.
all be bards. You would have to each be like a different college.
That's exactly what we want to do. We want to be an
And-
actual rock band.
Oh
Well
god,
planned.
an actual rock band. Oh my god.
They have it well planned. They know how to do the lighting and everything.
Dibs
It's
on
great.
College of Lore. I've already called dibs on College of Lore.
I'm already. Why am I?
Well, nobody said you had to DM it.
We're an hour in, and I've already facepalmed at least twice.
So here's what you do, Mark. You make Team Cringe. You make the Team Cringe one shot another sub goal.
Oh yeah, the Team Cringe one shot. I will make that a sub goal. I will. I'll do that. Actually,
Make it 350.
Actually, I will make that our. I will first make that our donation goal for today. If we hit the 500, I will set up the all cringe. I will set up the all cringe one shot. If we don't make the 500, I will find another way to set it as a goal because I'd rather make it a goal for us to do something good for others than just to raise subscriptions for myself. But if we don't make the 500, I will make it a. I will make it a sub goal. The next sub goal will be the Team Cringe sub goal. So, let's see if we can
Quick,
hit
get
that 500. We have 2 days. This is only one of the 2 streams I'm doing for the charity, so we have 2 days. But yeah. Yes, we will make Mark suffer to alleviate the suffering of others. That is absolutely correct, David. That is how this will work. You heard it here first. Team Cringe Bard Challenge one shot. Battle of the Bards will happen if we hit our $500 goal for Extra Life this weekend. All right, where were we? You were heading to go visit Sylvia.
Correct.
And now that we've gone off on this cringy tangent, Sylvia Nickel Key Cutter lives here in the town of Deer Bluff in a very nice manner. It is in the hills leading towards the higher... it's in the same hills leading in the direction of Hammerfall Keep. Because the higher uphill that you go, the nicer parts of the town you get to. And the Nickel Key Cutter estate is no less beautiful than you would expect. It is a 2-story manor with beautiful slanted roofs, beautiful columns at the entryway, walled in manicured yard with large gates with emblazoned ends on There are two ends on the gates, on these huge gates, one on each of the gate doors, and they are stylized over cogs that fit together when the gates are closed. The Lady Nickel Key Cutter, her gates are open though when you arrive at her estate, and you can see various groundskeepers at work tending to various topiaries and the various grounds of the estate, the lawn care that needs to be done being done as you walk down this kind of multicolored cobblestone pathway that leads to the front door of the estate.
As we're walking up the path,
Go ahead.
as we're walking up the path, I'll look back towards the gate and then back up at the manor, and it's like, I never see these gates open back in Geneva. This is a first. At least, not where I am.
I mean, your family's was pretty well to do, right, Aramil?
We were okay. We were just kind of, I guess, average, you would say. But then that Baron guy came in and bought out a bunch of property near us, and we're basically sandwiched between 3 buildings now, and their business has become kind of irrelevant. He kind of made it his goal to drive my parents out of business for some reason. I don't know why. I mean, if there's some kind of old rivalry between mom and dad and him, I don't know it. I think he's just a jerk, to be completely fair.
Well, what about your buddy Matt?
Matt, he's kind of in the same situation we are now. Has been for as long as I've known him. He's my best friend though, and I helped him out when I could, and then things changed, and I couldn't really help him anymore. I am here to bring back as much gold as my little back can carry, but I also want to bring back enough to maybe help out Matt and help out the rest of the kids that I hung out with before leaving. If I can, I'll buy out the Baron's new business and, I don't know, maybe burn it to the ground, or maybe renovate it into, I don't know, a shelter or something.
That makes sense.
Someplace kids
Like
can,
an orphanage type thing, or
kind of. I'm thinking more of like a place where you can hang out without guards being mad at you.
Oh. Oh, okay. Yeah, I can understand
Yeah.
that.
Yeah. They don't like me back home.
What about you, Long Paws? Ever been to a place like this?
We at one like this yesterday. Okay, that one was bigger, but
Yeah, but this woman isn't like royalty or anything, I don't think. I think she's just like, wealthy.
we these up in the tribe. I mean, we have one that's kind of biggish, but I mean, that's Pappy's Keep. So and it's where the library is, so it has to be big and nice. Otherwise, this is just a lot of stone and stuff. I mean, the grass is kind of pretty, but you can have that without the walls. So
It's true.
What about you, Ace? You ever mingle with the rich and famous back home?
Well, Ace is the other guy. I'm here, Leon. I know
Right,
it's confusing. Who's that? Who's that?
Yeah, well,
But-
Leon, you ever mingled with the rich and famous back home?
No. I've lived in a very small and poor village until I came here. That's where I've been. That's the only place I've been other than
Oh.
Beerbrook.
Oh wow.
Hmm.
I guess I
Alright.
can't say much.
The other guy
I-
might have been to other places, but I don't know about him.
Yeah, I guess I can't really say much. I haven't really been out of Geneva, but Geneva's big. You go some
Oh.
places and it's like a completely different city.
What do you mean the other guy?
Okay. I don't even understand it. So, you saw how I breathed fire?
Yeah, that was kind of cool.
That was cool. Yeah, I remember that. Yeah,
So-
you like roasted those 2 kobolds, and then
So-
scared the crap out of those other people too.
So here's my theory. Me and another Dragonborn that's named Ace somehow became one. That's why you see me
You
breathe
are
fire.
Ace.
Leon, in the back of your mind, you kind of hear a little voice going, "Why would you tell them about me?"
Oh, he's just you saw him listening. He's looking at the sky for a second.
It's too late now.
Yeah, okay. So he's just gonna keep talking, maybe. Um, I'm a bit scared right now. Please don't talk about this.
Oh, okay.
There's something happening. He's just gonna keep listening to his head
Now they
and
know,
walk.
and you've told
Yeah.
them. What do they think?
Like
I mean, they're
2 of
gods.
you.
But-
Wait. If there's 2 of you,
Mhm.
and you can see like Bowie like counting on his fingers, right?
And he's gonna talk to his head. Look at him. He doesn't know. He doesn't know. Don't worry about it. And just continue walking. So about this Sylvia. Let's just go and meet her. You have a job, right?
Okay. Well, if
Yeah.
you're Leon, right, and Ace is like the other one,
Hmm.
should we like pack extra clothes for your like twin brother or something?
He might come later, but when he comes, I'm gonna buy him coals. Don't worry. Don't worry.
Oh my god.
Okay.
You can all get an inspiration point for this entire conversation.
That was great. Should we get extra Oh my gosh.
Bowie.
You're welcome, Mark.
You get to the front door of the estate, and a servant answers this huge door, right? This nicely carved wooden door with this beautiful multicolored paneled window in it, and he opens the door and says, "May I help you?"
Who's our leader? Bowie kind of quietly whispers.
Leon's just gonna speak up.
Looking
works
away,
for me.
like, don't look at me.
Well, if it works for me.
We are Ark, and my name is Leon Trickmar. These are my co-workers. Long pause, point at long pause. Bowie, the bodacious, with a tone in the bodacious, to make him royal. The bodacious, and Aramon.
I see. Yes, your employer.
We received a letter from
Yes,
Miss Sylvia about a job, so we're here just to ask some questions, know a little more before we go and accept it.
we were informed by letter that you may come by to do such a thing. The Lady Sylvia would be happy to receive you. Come on into the house, and I will show you to a parlor where you may wait for her arrival.
Okay. Thanks, my dude.
This older butler leads you into a sitting room that has like the type of furniture that is supposed to look better than it feels to sit on. And
Plastic on it.
what's that?
It still has the plastic on it. And...
Yeah, yeah. Like it's a
Oh,
lot
yeah.
of it's a lot more wood than cushion. You know what I mean? Like,
yeah.
and
hey,
there's
dude,
what's
didn't
that?
catch your. Hey, dude, I didn't catch your name. And I'll like reach out to shake the butler's hand. He did answer the door, so.
He looks at your hand and shakes it, although he seems a little surprised that anyone would want to do that. Yes, you may call me Jeeves. Ask for whatever you need.
Mark takes some inspiration.
Nice to meet you, Jeeves.
And he leads you into this room. As I said, like the furniture looks as though like it's never been used, and you kind of ask yourself as you sit down why anybody would want to use it after like sitting in the chairs. There's a lovely rug that is quite nice, and some interesting little artifacts on like various like display type tables or kind of like side little chests of drawers or like little shelves here and there, all different types of tiny artifacts, like people who would be well traveled, if that makes sense.
Station pieces and knickknacks all over the place.
Yes.
Also,
Oh yeah.
what race was Jeeves?
Jeeves was human.
Oh, okay.
This is the type of place that it looks like once you start dusting one end of the room, you have to start over by the time you get to the end because it's started to get dusty again. That's the type of home you're in. Everything,
Dear
the whole
God.
place looks like a museum. Like there hasn't been a child in this house in centuries, right? That's the type of place you're in. Like if a kid was in here, it would be the most like not kid-proof place you could ever be because everything looks breakable.
Let Bowie in the door.
Oh my god. Please.
And that's the room that you all are left in. There's like baubles on the table that Aramil are hard for you not to pick up and play with. Your ADD is getting to you hard. And everything in the room looks incredibly expensive.
Something Seder in a china shop.
At least you're not a minotaur, right?
Right.
So, after about 3 or 4 minutes, Jeeves returns and places he places like a metal tray, like a stylized metal tray filled with glasses and beverages for everyone, like refreshments are made available for you. The lady said she would be down shortly. She is just getting herself ready for guests.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, Jeeves.
Thanks, Jeeves.
Ask if you need anything at all. There's a bell there. And there's like a wire hanging from the ceiling next to the entryway to the parlor that he points to, and he excuses himself from the room. He like closes these sliding double doors, like something you'd see in the movie Clue, as he leaves the room.
Oh, that's such a good movie.
Joe want to
Love that
go
movie.
just play with the bell, but it's like, nope, can't do that. Can't do that. That would be bad.
Mm-hmm.
Jeeves would be very upset.
I'm gonna try
I have
to.
a
Go ahead.
while
Probably
Jeeves is talking
shouldn't touch-
to us.
Hold on, Aramil first.
Yeah, you're good.
While Jesus is talking to us, would I be able to make an insight check to see if he's, I guess, happy here?
Sure, absolutely.
I don't think it went.
It did not. While you're rolling that, Leon, what were you going to say?
Since this place looks like nobody lives in, like it's basically a museum that there is no one could live here or sit in this couch. Did I notice anything on Jeeves' face when he entered? Like, did he look happy that we are in, or was he just emotionless?
Oh no, he was friendly. He had a friendly look about him, and when Bowie offered his hand, he was genuinely surprised that someone would offer a hand to the hand of a servant. This place doesn't look. When I say this place doesn't look lived in, I don't mean that it looks like it's been abandoned or empty. I simply mean that like it doesn't look. It just looks like everything's kept pristine and perfect at all times.
You said that like nobody sat on that couch, so I thought maybe no visitors. They don't receive a lot of visitors.
Oh no, it just looks like everything is like everything is perfect all the time. Yeah.
So she's a perfectionist. Good to know.
Yeah.
Or this is the
I got a
good room, like
Yes.
that like there's the family room where you actually hang out and have fun, and then there's the nice living room where mommy meets the guests and the little kids aren't allowed to trash.
Yeah.
I got a 15 on that insight check.
Yes. Jeeves seems perfectly content with his work. Nothing.
Okay.
He radiates with contentment.
Happy butlerness.
Yes.
He's radiating good vibes. Good to know.
Bowie.
So, Aramel, I mean, I think we probably shouldn't touch this stuff, but, don't you have that, like, magic hand you can summon? I mean, is it really touching it if we don't touch it?
I will mage hand.
I'm gonna
And-
let it be evil, Mark. Why would I not?
This is what happens when Pippin isn't here.
Oh, please.
Because he'd probably be the voice of reason that'd be like, no, you shouldn't do that.
Do I hear this, please? Mark,
Yeah, you're sitting right
this is
there.
happening in the open here.
I don't think we should make our clients angry, so please don't touch anything.
I'm not gonna steal it. I just want to look at it.
And possibly
Nobody said
break
don't
it.
touch.
Long pause. Do you want us to break something that costs a lot of money and then we have to pay them? I don't think we should do that.
I'm not saying pick up the glass vase, but
Good, Aramel.
Everything is breakable here.
I'm gonna look around on the table.
okay,
and kind of
they let me
around.
sit on the furniture. I'm very large. Apparently, they allow a certain amount of risk.
Oh, okay. I don't say I didn't warn you.
Now,
Yes.
if you
I will
start
mage
juggling,
hand
I'll
bauble
agree
that
with you.
looks-
Least breakable.
I guess I'll try and find a bauble that looks very elvish in nature and just mage hand it and try and get a closer look at it.
Sure. That's fine. You lift the least breakable looking bauble and start floating it towards your face to get a good look at it. It's like not anything very interesting, right? It's literally like it's probably like a silver ball that is painted with like gold and perhaps tiny little carvings all over it. It's you don't understand what its purpose is, right? Except to be maybe something decorative.
I'll turn to Bowie and it's like, I mean, it's neat,
Yes,
But
what would
maybe-
Piper do?
maybe not valuable, except maybe to Sylvia. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
Gold,
kind of neat
shiny.
though. Shiny.
Those are usually worth something.
Sylvia could enter at any moment, so please return it. And maybe
I'll
ask her
put
when she's
the-
here.
I'll put the carved ball down, back in its place with the mage hand.
You place it back down. There are like little finger sandwiches on this, and maybe
I'm eating one.
Tea and crumpets, right?
Yeah, exactly. And
I'll get myself a cup of tea.
after you're sitting in
make
here
Anthony
for
a
like
sandwich.
he said he had told you that she'd be down shortly. She's just getting ready to receive guests, and it's like a good 45 minutes before anybody comes in the room.
Oh god.
Okay, so during that time, I'm going to be walking around the room looking at all this stuff, but like a good kid at a museum, with my hands behind my back.
Right, yeah. Like the boredom had set in 15 minutes into being here, and that time is long past before anybody comes in. And just as you are all on the verge of like breaking everything in the room out of sheer boredom, the doors slide open and Jeeves announce, "The Lady Sylvia Nickel Keycutter. The representatives from Ark, my lady." And he steps aside, and a short for a gnome
Oh,
woman,
Like shrunk from being old, or like
yes, like shrunk from being
Oh,
old, like a
God.
short, hunched woman with a like who is leaning heavily on a gilded cane with a mithril pommel, covered in more makeup than any gnome should wear.
out of
And
character.
like,
Look,
God.
it's Wumbleberg's first girlfriend.
Oh my god.
a like
Not loud,
clearly
I'm jabbing him in the side.
um
Out of character. That was out of character.
like a likely to be wearing is likely wearing a wig at the moment, dressed in what looks to be an evening gown, and that is maybe a few centuries outdated, and has a she is like the gnome version of Maggie Smith in the later seasons of Downton Abbey. Okay,
Oh God.
okay, and she kind of hobbles into the room, and suddenly it dawns on you why exactly she could not go on this quest herself.
Leon is gonna do a half bow and be as respectful as possible. Like when she enters, he's gonna try to play the adult here.
Oh God.
He's like the youngest
mean-
person in the room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Technically,
he wants to be the coolest.
very
Her
very
spine's
nice to
making-
meet you, Miss Ms. I'm gonna kind of look at Jeeves.
Lady.
Lady.
Lady, Nickel Keycutter. I'm Sir Bowie.
She holds out a shaky hand to you, and like
I
shaky,
will-
like earthquake levels of shaking.
Like,
Yeah, yes.
I will.
Oh no,
I
she
guess.
has Parkinson's.
I guess genuflect and like have the kiss the ring moment or whatever you want to call it.
Yes,
like,
absolutely. The hand is cold and wrinkly in all the ways that your great great aunt's hand would be as you lean to do this.
I almost don't even want to ask. Does the house smell like old people?
No, not
Oh,
here.
oh.
Not in this
Okay.
room. Not in this room. That smell is reserved for the upstairs quarters where she spends most of her time.
We look around and there's just Glade plugins in the walls.
Dude, she's got the good china out. We got the white Pizza Hut thing the white Pizza Hut pitcher with the red lid that she just serves everything
Oh
people
my
with.
god.
Oh, wow.
We didn't even have real cups. They were just leftover butter tins that she saved over the last 200 years.
Peanut jars and jelly jars. They're way
Look.
better.
She's old, but she's not like your old grandmother. She's an old wealthy lady. She has people to buy these things and make these things.
She buys people.
When spring cleaning comes around, mothballs rain upon the land like snow in the high mountains.
Okay.
Okay, so
And these are my
Is that
friends.
the 8th plague from the Bible?
Oh my god. We are so off the rails.
Yeah, we are. I'm sorry. Somebody flipped
she
the
does.
lever on the
Yes,
track.
Like,
Deadeye
as
in
chat-
chat. She does. She collects little spoons.
I was gonna say somebody has like.
She has a separate room with just Elvis collector's plates all along the walls.
Including the velvet one, right?
Yes, or in world equivalent. Oh, God. Oh.
I'm sure that they have the velvet Elvis. Elvi.
Oh my god. My great aunt had like display cabinets with porcelain dolls in them, like wall to wall display cabinet, and I'm sure this lady has something similar somewhere in the house.
Okay.
So, Sylvia Nickel
bring
Key
it in.
Cutter. She
He introduced himself and it says, and my companions are.
Hi, I'm Aramil of Geneva.
and she steadily tectonic plate shifts her hand over in your direction.
Mark.
I'll reach down and then realize I have to like crouch and then give her a handshake.
She hasn't actually said anything yet. No words have spilled forth from her mouth as she continuously just gives her hand to be greeted to each of you one at a time. And then Jeeves says, "The Lady Nickel Key Cutter would welcome you to ask any questions which you need answered before going on this journey and accepting her contract."
Leon. Okay. What do we expect when we go there? Like, where we're facing exactly? Is she saying anything?
She ponders and looks up to Jeeves, and Jeeves says, "The cabin which is in question has been in the family for several generations. It was the retirement home of her great-great-great-great-grandfather, and has been used as a vacation lodge for enjoying snowy activities by the family during the holiday weeks. It is quite welcoming and warm, although the lady herself has not been there in years. Other members of the family continue to use the cabin. We believe that, having found her great-great-great-great-great-grandfather's journal, that there may be another entrance to deeper secrets within the wine cellar of this vacation home. We would like you to go explore it."
I see that grin, Pat.
Wine cellar, you say?
I will look to Jeeves and then back to Sylvia and then back to Jeeves and go, I don't want to be rude or, I don't know another word for it. Can the Lady Key Cutter not, vocalize? Has something happened?
She looks to Jeeves, and Jeeves says, "The lady can speak just fine. Thank you."
Okay, sorry. I just...
I love Jeeves. Jeeves is my favorite now.
Well, so you are looking for this thing that goes on top of the keep? But isn't it on top of the keep?
She nods that's what she's
No.
looking for. And she says, or she doesn't say. She looks to Jeeves, as if to say, tell them. And Jeeves says, the item in question in the journal is well, you see, at the top of Dragon God Keep, there is an ancient weapon that was used to fight the dragon kind a few millennia ago. It has not been in use and nobody knows quite how it works, but we believe, based on the writings of great grandfather Nickel Keycutter, that he worked on the instrument, and so schematics and parts that would make the weapon usable once again may be located beneath this secret entrance in the wine cellar of the vacation home of the Nickel Keycutter family.
So
And
we're not
do you-
trying to retrieve this weapon. We're just trying to maybe find something to get it working again.
Attics, I believe.
She gives Jeeves a look. The Lady Keycutter is willing to pay, at minimum 2,000 gold, if not more, depending on what and how, what is found and how much of these items you may find there.
Oh, this is
Right.
totally a job for Pippin then.
And do you want everything that we find, or if we find something that interests us, we can keep it?
Everything belongs to the Keycutter family and will remain in our possession, the lady has stated.
Understandable.
Well,
The
here's good.
rate of how is the value of the property, as in what we earn for retrieving your property for you, going to be determined?
Once you have found, again, before he speaks each time, the lady looks
She
at him.
looks at him.
Yes. Once you have cleared the property of any possible hazards or danger and declared it to be safe, and that items are in fact present there, and it is not simply a hidden wine cellar beneath the wine cellar, we will have someone, a solicitor, in the employ of the family, assess the value of what is found. And then we will present your office with a finder's fee based on the appraisal of the items. No less than 2,000 gold, of course.
Okay, but say we exceed that. What is the ratio you're thinking? Are we looking to reach like a 10th of the value, a 20th, a single percent?
He looks down to Lady Nickel Keycutter, and she beckons him, and he leans down, and she speaks, and he stands up and says, "The Lady Sylvia Nickel Keycutter proposes that a 20% finder's fee would be acceptable to her estate."
Oh,
Sounds reasonable, guys, don't you think?
Yeah.
Well, sure. I mean, the things we're looking for, though, like, the reason I ask is, we have a pretty skilled, mechanic guy. He's like an inventor. He's really nice. He's Pippin. He usually works with us. Are these things supposed to remain like a secret, or like, can we look at them?
The purpose of your travel to the site is specifically to determine what is there, if anything at all.
I think he wants to know if you have patents on
No.
these items,
Well,
or if
well,
we can make
no.
use of the what he might learn there.
Yeah, he's like real smart. He might learn some stuff from anything we might find. Is that okay, or like, is that not
Right.
going to be okay?
Is it proprietary information?
The Nickel Key Cutters have always prided themselves in the spread of knowledge and the growth of wisdom and intelligence in the world. We would be ashamed if we were to stifle the knowledge of a fellow artificer.
Oh, all right.
And when you say 20% finder's fee, I'm new to the this business lingo. So is that 20/80 your favor? Is that how that works?
If we find
So
something
80
worth 100 gold, she'd give us 20 gold for making sure she gets her 100 gold item.
Yes.
Okay.
Not that
Everything
we
in
get to
there, remember, belongs to the family.
Yeah.
We are
Right, right.
essentially giving you 20% of its value and not
For our
selling them, simply
work.
for finding them.
And forcing
That's
our
fair.
lives.
Is it
Whoa.
just
that-
out of curiosity? Might it be possible that that you'd be willing to sell some of these items after they are retrieved?
For the purpose of you purchasing them.
Yes.
I believe that would depend upon what is found. Is that... forgive me for speaking out of turn, my lady, but is that correct? She nods.
I figured it was something like that. I just wanted to be sure to know whether or not it was something we could consider as an additional incentive to make sure we find as much for you as possible.
It is, of course, always a possibility.
Okay.
All right.
Any chance we could see or get a copy of your grandfather's journal to see if there's any additional information that would help us? Or, excuse me, your great grandfather's journal?
One more, but yeah.
Her and Jeeves converse for a moment, and then he stands straight again. The lady believes that most of the entries within the journal are personal and private. However, those items that refer specifically to great grandfather's work will be transcribed and provided for you before you leave upon your journey. I believe that we have the means to do so by hiring a scribe with magical capabilities, and so it should be an easy process to do so.
Be appreciated. Do we need a key to get into your cottage or something?
Upon accepting the contract, all necessary equipment for entering the home, be that the keys, will be provided, as well as the necessary password to shut off the arcane locks at both the gate and the front door. Please refrain from breaking anything in or around the property.
Bowie turns a bright shade of red. Remembering
It's a bit red,
the
so
bars, the doors, all the shit he broke into Wumbleberg's place.
yeah, but you had the boss with you, so it's fine.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah.
Right? Well, I
Bowie gives
believe
Aramel kind of like a side eye, being like, does she not
We're-
remember?
hoping to head out in just a few couple days, guys.
Yeah, I think this seems like an interesting job for us. We could probably do this.
I think the plan
Yes.
was to head out tomorrow because it's what, half a day to go visit Mr. Randolph.
Yes,
And-
but we have to go there and we have to come back, and then we have to
Yeah.
get supplies. So I figure in about 2 days we'd be leaving.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Lady Nickel Key Cutter, would you will you also be providing us with the a map and suggested traveling route to reach your cottage, I assume?
Yes, all things will be provided for you, as I said, that are necessary to arrive in the home.
Out of curiosity, when was the last time, to your knowledge, any members of your family stayed at your cottage? And is there any chance we will be running into any of them while tending to this duty?
No, in the height of summer, as it is now, there is not nearly enough snowfall there to enjoy these leisurely activities that take place in the mountains. And so often it is goes without use during these weeks. You should have the place to yourselves for at least 2 to 3 weeks. Not that we expect you to need that much time. Also, the lady would like to invite you to feel free to make use of the rooms for rest, should it be required that you spend multiple days exploring whatever her great grandfather left behind.
We thank you for this opportunity, and we'll set forth in a couple days to do this for you. And
Yeah.
I'm just gonna kind of back up, because I want to leave now. I decided I talked too much.
Give me a oh man, what would it be? Probably wisdom. Just give me a straight wisdom roll.
Did that go?
It did not go through.
Don't do that. That's mean. Go through. You actually rolled decent. You're supposed to go through. Don't say that. I hit the button.
And realize that they're at the door of this room still. They're like standing right in front of the
There's
doors.
only one set of doors. This is a big room.
The other set of the doors may lead further into the house.
I think it helps if you click the number and not the little red D20 symbol that appears.
I think you have to click the red D20 symbol that appears, though.
Tabletop farms. Let me try.
Yeah, are we
Do I have
having
to
that
have?
issue?
Do I have to have something clicked inside of the virtual tabletop first?
Shouldn't.
That's me rolling. Click your thing for like the Beyond 20 extension again to like flash the options menu, then close it, because that's what I had to do to get mine to show up. Like it wasn't sending it through.
Yeah, like the options menu for the there it is.
Hey.
Okay.
Mhm.
In spite of the fact that like you are getting anxious to leave and like backing up into a corner, you have the wherewithal to remind yourself that there are lots of breakable things in here, and that would draw more attention to you if you bumped into one accidentally, and you kind of back into a blank space of wall.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And
I think we're gonna take this job.
Yeah, I'm really interested.
Same. Lady Nickel Keycutter, it has been an absolute pleasure to be in your presence, ma'am.
Mhm.
You too, Jeeves, and I'll kind of like stick my hand back out and offer to shake Jeeves' hand. What is it? Is it customary to like the Italian to like seal a deal like with like
No,
a
no, 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 no,
tiny
no, no.
a tiny shrunken gnome
Jeeves
woman or like
Jeeves has told you that that the contract will be finalized and sent to your office along with the items you've requested to do the job. And the lady, Nickel Key Cutter, as she bids farewell to each of you, she says in a very tiny voice, "Thank you all for taking this job for me and my family."
oh, not a problem, lady.
Uh, and she bows her head to all of you, just more of a nod of the head, and
She can't
slowly.
bow all that much.
No, she's bowed as much as she can bow, and slowly hobbles her way out of the room. And Jeeves shuts you all into the room behind her as he steps out and says, "I will return shortly to escort you to the doors. Thank you for your patience and kindness this afternoon." And, or this morning. And he shuts the doors. And then after a good 10 minutes or so, I don't know if
When
you
it
have
took to get
anything
up
you
the
want
stairs.
to say, talk about while you are left in the room alone together, considering this job.
I
She
think
seems nice.
yeah, she seems like super nice.
Mhm.
And like maybe Pippin will get to learn some interesting stuff too. Like,
Yeah.
So does this have Bowie's mark of approval of not evil?
she seems nice, yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
I
yeah.
mean, she kind of seems harmless, to be perfectly honest.
And that's good. We don't want people to harm others.
She just, I mean, she wants to know more about her family. You know, figure out what
Well,
great
like,
great 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 granddad may have left for her.
I'm
Mhm.
betting that the thing that she wants to get working again is for like public safety, would be my guess. Like, it's like this big
Yeah.
thing on top of the keep, right? So like,
Yeah,
Mhm.
it's meant for, you know, fighting the dragonkin, but no one's seen like a full dragon in a long time. Is that right, Mark?
As far as you all know, yes, that is correct.
Okay.
that's a whole
I
bucket
mean-
full of problems, to be perfectly honest.
God damn it, I'm gonna kill you.
Am I missing something?
Yes,
Yes.
everybody is missing something, except for Pat. Okay, so I guess I have to
Secretly
explain
tormenting
this
the DM.
for the viewers at home and for the unfortunate players who are completely unaware. Kim is one of our players on Tuesday, and he has a tiefling named Mirth whose mother used to tell him stories about how dragons are the ones that make the rain, that they have magic buckets that they use to pour rainwater over the lands. And Mirth, anytime Mirth mentions sees an image of a dragon somewhere, or like has any inkling of the idea that there might be a dragon, or when he was told that a certain other party had seen a dragon, the question that he always asks is there a bucket? Do they have a bucket? Where is the bucket? Bucket, bucket, bucket. So you bring up dragons, and Bowie has to make a bucket comment.
Good joke.
Masterfully done.
Oh my God.
Pat, masterfully done. And if I could give you initiative twice, I would. Or if I could give you inspiration twice, I would. But
Well,
yes,
it's like things you guys didn't pick up on. I don't even think Mark picked up on it when when I talked about, like, the section between the planes being thinner, like paper. It's not like they're a rock or anything. The Wednesday group literally used a rock to go to the Feywilds the last time.
yes, they did. He likes to watch the other streams and then insert like humorous like hints.
Hi, jokes.
Yes.
Highbrow jokes.
It's wonderful. Highbrow jokes made by a lowbrow character. It's absolutely
Correct.
fantastic. Bowie doesn't even realize he's making the jokes.
No.
That's the great
It
thing.
makes them better.
It does. It does make them better. So yeah, for those of you watching,
my gosh.
there are lots of things going on in Oregon all the goddamn time. And if you would like to find out more about the campaigns that we've run and the things that are happening in our world, Dark Dreamer in chat, David, our beloved David, recently did, along with Dio as his guest host, a Nights After Dark stream. There should be a VOD down below in the video section of our Twitch channel, and it has a recap of everything in all the campaigns from start till now, except for the Saturday game, The Road to Nowhere, which will be coming next week. And then from that point forward, he's going to be doing just a weekly recap of the games. So if you just want some bite-sized chunks to get on board with what we've got going on, those are great ways to do it. This is a perfect place where after Jeeves escorts you out of the manor, we're going to take a break. And you guys will
Sweet.
come back in about 10 minutes or so. I'm going to get some water. We'll be right back.
That bucket thing.
back. Thanks for sticking around. If you're out there in chat land and you're just hanging out, even if you're lurking, even if you're just listening, even if you have us on the lowest possible volume setting you can have, but you can still hear me, come on into the chat and say hello. We would like to see you. And just know that you're there. We are raising money for Extra Life right now. There's probably a link floating around somewhere. Feel free to click on it and give a little bit of money towards a good cause, as well as trying to get me to sign my cringy death warrant and run a D&D game for the 5 or 6 people who make me facepalm so hard my hand comes out the other side of my head, playing bards. If you would like to see something like this constant, non-stop one-upping of cringy, pungent humor, go ahead and donate to Extra Life. If you would like to help some children in need, go ahead and donate to Extra Life. Dreaded GM, thank you so much for the host. I know you're out there. Right now, if you want to help out some kids, the link is in the chat. Head over there, donate to Extra Life. Chris, you already donated a ridiculous amount to Extra Life. I know you'll do it again.
So, honestly, people, like, even if you've got $5 extra to spare, like, you should seriously consider it. Extra Life is one of the very few charities that comes with a solid backing and endorsement from me. They've been paired up with, what is it, Humble Bundle for years.
Years. Yep.
I mean, like, they are great people, and even $5, it's going to an absolutely awesome cause. Like, you couldn't pick a better one.
Yeah, and not only that, but we are often here telling you how your donations and your sponsorships and your subscriptions and your Patreon giving allows us to keep doing what we're doing. Well, Extra Life, what they're doing is way more important than what we're doing. And if you're willing to throw that money our way to keep us playing D&D, please, I would even say forego anything you would do for us and send it right to them. Without further ado, we are here to play D&D and entertain these folks, if we are entertaining. So, you have made your way from the home of one Sylvia Nickel Keycutter, and are headed where now?
Off to see the other dude. Maybe grabbing lunch on the way. I don't know. How long has it been since breakfast?
Probably just an hour or two. Bowie. Pat. Stop it. I don't steal everything. Sometimes I arrive at these things independently. Or think I do.
Mm-hmm. So, to the other guy that I forgot his name.
Randolph of Woodhaven.
Randolph of Woodhaven.
Yes.
So, let's head on there then.
Okay.
He's, Dob pointed out where he is, right? On the map.
Yes.
That we see. Yeah, so
you have a map to Woodhaven.
Mm-hmm.
Alright. Woodhaven, as I've said, is about a half day's travel to the south of Deer Bluff. Just on the very edge and outskirts of the ancient forest. Elf homes are... they're not like the town of Deer Bluff. They're very different. They're hidden. And it's less like you find them as much as it is they find you. And this was much the case after entering just the edge of the ancient forest. After your few hours of riding down several paths to get into the forest, several elves made their way out of the woodwork. Arrows knocked.
So and
I will hold
like
up my hand as. Oh, sorry.
Is there like a hand gesture that us fine woodland creatures make to each other to show that, hey, we're all on the same team here?
Sure. I mean, at the very
Peace.
least, you would know what to do to interact with these folks to keep them from turning you into a living pincushion.
Pincushion.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so they step out. I'll put it this way, Sir Bowie. The fact that you are seeing where they are and that they have their bows knocked is a good sign. It is a better sign than just seeing the arrows suddenly appear. In Elvish, one of them calls out, "State your business in the forest."
Spawn.
I'll call back.
Go ahead. Go.
And I'll say, we are here to meet with a Randolph of Woodhaven. We are from Ark. We are here to ask him some more questions about the job he sent our way.
I'll kind of glance at Aramil, and because I don't understand what he's saying, and I will say in Sylvan, "Hey, forgive me, but I only speak the old tongue."
In Sylvan, they respond to you. One responds in Sylvan to you, the other responds in Elvish to Aramil. In Sylvan, he says, "Most here no longer speak it."
Oh, that's a bummer.
And in Elvish, they say to you, Aramil, "You and your companions will follow. Be mindful of where you step."
Understood.
"Stay upon our path." They lower their bows and return their arrows to their quivers. 2 or 3 of them simply vanish into the trees. And the other 2 lead you towards the elf home.
This is a little sketchy, so I guess now is an appropriate time as ever to ask. Is it safe to ask if Bowie has retrieved his shield from the halls of Wumbleberg?
Yes, you have retrieved your shield.
Okay.
Do you not retrieve your sword, or do you just stick with the spear now?
I'm gonna Bowie's a little dim. I'm gonna try to offer. I would have probably tried to offer my sword to one of the knights that kind of stand guard. And they slap the shit out of me. All right, I'll just put it in the rack.
Dio, if you're out there in Chatland still, would you mind giving Save My Dragon a little update on what's happening in the campaign right now while we keep on going?
Heck yeah.
Yeah, so what did the dude say?
I've got my shield back. Thank God.
I will turn to the group and go, he said, follow his step and watch where you step. If we follow him, there shouldn't be any problems.
He leads you.
For you.
He leads you deeper into the forest, and as he does, this footpath that you are on becomes more and more like a deer path in its width. Harder and harder to follow if you didn't see where he was walking himself. And the trees become more closely entwined. You begin to hear the sounds of a waterfall as you move through. And suddenly the trees are less young, much less young, much older, wider around than several people holding hands in a circle. And you pass between two of these vast trees and not quite a lake, but much larger than a pond, where a waterfall falls from a tree-lined steep hill into this body of water. And above it, built around the falling water in the trees itself, is almost like a city on platforms.
House city.
What's that?
It's like a treehouse city, kind of.
Yes. Buildings the size of manors, and as large as manors and as small as shacks, line the middle of these trees. It's not even the top of the trees. These trees go up. You look up and you get a sense of vertigo with how tall these vast trees are. And as you watch, it looks like these tree houses aren't just built around these trees, but into them. There are rooms carved inside. Several of these look down. There are bridges and walkways amongst them. And many of these areas as you first walk through. In fact, these first two that you walked through, you didn't see them at first, but now that you look up from the other side of these trees you walked between, you can see that there are guard emplacements and archers moving about among them. They were invisible to you until you walked into the elf home itself. The only
I will
go lean to Ace and say, remember when I said that like the woods are really dangerous? I'm gonna kind of point at the guards. You probably didn't even see those guys, did you? Perry is muted. I didn't realize that before starting that conversation. I'm sorry.
The only building on the ground is what looks to be a temple. It is absolutely beautiful with sloping, kind of curved roofs. This architecture that looks like it could be. It looks like they molded and shaped the wooden structure rather than carved or cut anything. Almost as if the very building was a part of the natural surroundings that it was in. The holy symbol of Nadara clearly emblazoned in its architecture. Again, in a way that's natural, that kind of just flows with the form of the building. Not like on a gaudy human temple where the holy symbol is placed obviously, almost glaringly on the front, but so that Nadara's holy symbol is worked into the architecture of the structure itself, making it a thing of beauty all its own.
As we're walking around and Aramil is taking this all in, he will just kind of out loud, idly, and Elvish go, "So this is what an elf home looks like? It's amazing." I'm just going to see if the guard reacts to any of that.
You have never been to your homeland.
I'm from the city of Geneva. As far as I know, so are my parents.
No elf is truly
Always.
from a human city. All the elves come from Thalriel.
I've heard about that, but my parents don't really talk about where they came from. They say it's something for when I'm older. And at this point, I've just kind of guessed they're never going to tell me.
You look of age.
That's complicated. Some magical stuff happened and my body changed, but the mind is still that of 16-year-old Aramil, you know.
Your parents let you leave their home at 16 years old? You are practically an infant, boy.
I know. But, desperate times.
No wonder that you fell prey to, I'm assuming, a specter of some kind.
Yeah, very angry ghost.
You are here for Randolph?
Yeah.
Follow us. We shall take you to his home. They take you up a ramp that winds around this huge tree. Up into the city itself. You walk among bridges. The mist of the waterfall kind of cooling the whole area, and the sounds of it, though close to it, are a roar. From up here, it's actually just a soothing rumble. They take you to a house built into the side of one of these great trees, and they tell you, this is the home of Randolph. Good luck to you. And they bow and disappear into among the various bridges and walkways of the elf home.
As they're departing, like in Sylvan, Nadara be with you, basically.
And they salute to you, Sir Bowie. And you're left at this door. There's a lot of noise coming from inside the house.
Oh boy.
No.
Noise.
Good noise, bad noise.
Good noise. Maybe? There's shouts. There are arguments. There's laughter. There's many sounds of children that fill the house.
Hearing all the noise, I'll just be like, hey, just remember, no matter what happens, keep your clothes on. Bowie doesn't know what's going on in there. Bowie's only exposure is satyr culture.
I wasn't planning on taking them off, Bowie, but good to know, I guess.
Well, yeah, it kind of sounds like a party in there, and I'm just a little concerned with what might be beyond that door.
I will go ahead and give a knock on the door.
You hear from inside in Elvish, "You get the door! No, you get the door!" Somebody get the door! Put your brother down! In Elvish. This argument goes on for a good minute and a half, 2 minutes, and finally a frazzled Elvish woman answers the door. She has a small child wrapped around one leg and another even smaller child tucked in one arm, and she looks weary.
I will say to her in Elvish, we're members of ARC. We're here to visit with a Mr. Randolph of Woodhaven.
Right. Sure. Come in, mind the mess. And she opens the door, and there's... it's like walking into a rabbit's den.
Oh, God.
With Bowie's remark, Mark.
What?
Thinking satyr, and you say rabbits.
Oh, God. There are just kids everywhere, ranging from probably your age down to about 3. And...
Your age who?
Aramil's.
You mean Arama?
Yeah.
Oh, and I'm assuming you're talking his actual age.
Yes.
Yeah.
16 to 3.
Like 16, 14, 12, 10, 8, 6, 4, and like 2.
And liftoff.
Yeah.
And the bun in the oven?
No.
Wow, you guys have a big family. I say in Elvish.
She's like, you don't know the half of it, and you won't meet them today.
Oh, I see.
Randolph's a half-elf, and so he thinks he only has so much time in this world, apparently. Come on in.
Oh my God.
These are 3/4 elf kids.
Yes.
Stroll on in.
He's in his office upstairs, away from all the racket.
Thank you. What is your name, miss?
Tila.
Tila? Thank you for this, Tila. Good luck, and I'll go up the stairs.
She leads you to stairs that are like built into the tree itself, that kind of go up into the tree, and spiral up through the tree itself, like carved out of the inside of the tree. Pat, there are like so many things running through your head right now. There have to be. It's like this smirk is just like plastered on your face. What are you thinking right now? Never mind. Just leave it. Keep it to yourself. I don't even know if I want to know.
We don't. Trust me.
Pat, or are you asking Bowie, Mark?
So you go up the stairs.
That's a catch-22, man.
That's completely fair.
Yeah.
There's...
What is Bowie thinking right now?
Oh, okay. Just a big family. I understand that.
Yeah, you should. Your great-grandmother had, like, a ridiculous number of kids.
69. Okay. Funny number. Funny number. Funny number.
Hey, that is totally doable.
Funny number.
It's Dio. You knew it was going to be 69 kids before we even started.
I know.
Hey. Come on. The world record for human woman having kids, I think, is like 73.
You know she has 69 kids and 420 grandkids. Let's not kid ourselves.
What? 73?
I'm pretty sure that's what it is.
God.
Stay in school, kids. stay in school.
I know a woman who has had 4 kids in less than 4 years, and there were no twins.
Dio confirmed that yes, it is 73 children. She checked it for lore.
Wow.
Anyway.
You reach the top of the stairs and are in a large loft-style office. And considering the size and shape of this tree, it is well insulated from the sounds of chaos below. A tall half-elf dressed in wood-elven fashion is hunched over a desk scribbling something. When you enter, there's no door. The stairs just kind of like go right up to the room itself. The door was on the ground floor, where you entered the stairwell. And he turns as he hears you all walk up. I thought I told you kids that you can't interrupt me while I'm working.
Hello.
Oh, my apologies. I'm so sorry. Please, come in. Have
He
a
speaks
seat.
all of this in Elvish?
Yes, everything's in Elvish.
I'm just following Yarmo's lead then.
Does
I'm
no one
admiring the
else speak
woodwork.
Elvish?
No.
I think it's me and Pippin.
No.
No, I'm just following your lead. I don't know anything.
Bowie
I'm
might
just
be able
doing
to
what
pick
you're
up
doing.
Bowie might be able to pick up a word or two here or there, but he has no clue what's going on. He's just following your lead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh wow. Okay. All right. I'll tell everyone that he wants us to take a seat, and we'll take a seat.
Chairs, is there like carved?
Yeah,
like a
there
carved
are.
bed?
There are. Like he's got a table that looks out of a window that's carved into the bark of the tree that you're inside of. That kind of looks out. And the rest of the room is this large open loft, and you see. You see that there are like blueprints and plans that are kind of on various like boards of buildings. They're all architecture. It's all elven architecture that's kind of like plotted out in various places, and just these huge rolls of paper stuffed into various like cases and barrels around. But there is a sitting area with some very comfortable looking chairs and couches that all of you can sit at. He walks over and he kind of is wringing his hands a little bit and seems a bit just kind of nervous isn't the word. Just a little let's see, my
Anxious, anxiety.
yeah, not really anxious. Prissy? I don't know if that's the right word. Just very, he's like watching you sit down
Perturbed?
and like trying to make sure that you're all like not disturbing anything of his while you're doing it. Like this does not seem like the type of guy who should have as many children. Yeah, he's very uptight. Like he should not have as many children as he does for as uptight as he is. Maybe.
Oh, he still doesn't. This guy hasn't said anything that Bowie understands yet.
Yeah.
So he's like,
Please sit. Yeah, you there, and you there, and you sit there. And he's kind of like pointing to each of you and showing you where. He switches over to common. I'm sorry. It looks like you don't speak Elvish. My apologies. My apologies. Sit right there, Satyr. I'm sorry. I'm Randolph, and your name is?
hi, I'm Sir Bowie the Bodacious. It's like real nice to meet you, Mr. Randolph.
Yes, pleasure. And your name? Your name. You sit here. And he points to Leon.
Sure. And he's gonna sit with bit scared because he's never seen that many elves in his life, so he thought Aramil was the only one.
And he says the same thing to Aramil and Longpaws, like directing you which chair to sit in, and kind of greeting each of you in turn and asking your names.
All right.
Long pause. Is the whole horde downstairs yours?
Oh yes. Oh, the children. Yes.
Yeah,
they're
the
all
horde.
mine. They're all mine. Yes. Why would you ask a question like that?
Oh,
It could have been
family
cousins
man.
coming over to play. Well, if we had that many in my house, it was because the cousins came over.
Oh, well, elves have a particularly long lifespan and sire children over many, many years. But I won't.
Oh, okay.
Oh.
Well, I
Did you die
mean,
soon or something?
Well, I mean, half elves. They live longer than your average, human, but
But not as long as elves. And
yeah.
I am a pillar of the community, so I have to, be,
Overpopulated?
no.
well,
I
You're
have to-
trying to make sure you're not forgotten.
isn't that Merwin guy that Dot told us about a human?
Yes, Merwin was human. As far as the studies say.
Oh,
Magic.
okay.
Anywho,
Kids.
so we're here to inquire about. We're interested in your job. We're here because we're going to go on it.
Oh, excellent, wonderful.
But we just had some questions we wanted to ask. You also said you had a map.
I do. Yes. He walks over to his work table and starts like moving things around rather rapidly, trying to find the map. Here it is! And he holds it up and rushes back over. Yes, a map to Oakhold. He says it like with emphasis,
All right.
as if you should all know what Oakhold is. None of you do.
Right. So thank you for this, and I'll mage hand it and put it in our bag. So Oakhold. Do you? I'll be honest. We don't know much about the place, and we were hoping you could shed some light on where we're going to be going to retrieve these papers.
Yeah, like, you're an elf, so, like, why do you care so much about what a human wizard did with some devil things?
Well, I'm putting Oakhold on the map now that you have a map.
Map.
To it.
Mapception.
Unfortunately, won't put me like it. It puts the it's right above where it is.
Yeah, you're good. It's
Gotcha.
probably like more like right there, basically.
Yes, yeah.
You can't put it.
I can't.
All right.
Well, he's the thing of legends, and to have some of his writing, it would be prestigious to add that to the libraries. My mother was a lawmaster, you see. She kept, she kept much of the archives of our city, of our elf home, though each elf home has archives of its own, and to add something like that to her work, it would be quite an accomplishment upon my name.
You have a library?
Every
no.
elf home has a library.
Libraries are good.
Libraries
What
are
does it
very good.
take to get to go read books in one?
Well, if you complete this job, I could speak to the city's seeker and ask if they would be willing to allow you to peruse the library. Normally, only elves are allowed in.
It's rude.
Normally, only elves are ever in here. We've had not a great history with the outside world, and so we kind of keep to ourselves. We don't like lots of people in our spaces. Perhaps you don't understand.
It's like you, Longpaws. You hate people.
You don't need people when you're in a library. You need books.
Yeah, they're. Think of it as they're safe. They don't want people messing with their safe.
Sir, do not belong in safes. Books are supposed to be read.
And money is supposed to be spent.
And books are read.
Yes,
Here.
money is spent
Yeah,
when you're not
sure.
relying on it and playing with it. And,
Mhm.
hoarding it.
Mhm.
So Randolph,
Apparently, the Dance Macabre donated $50 to the.
whoa,
Um,
I'm just trying to remember who our last player was. It's Johnny who plays Max.
that's awesome.
So
And thank you, Aramil of Geneva, for the donation as well. To continue our conversation, sorry. Just want to give shout outs to
So-
the people who are donating because it's appreciated.
almost
do you
halfway
know
there.
what happened?
If you want to torture Mark a little bit more, folks.
We
Just
are
saying.
Ooh,
we are at like
Almost
185,
halfway.
right? Almost halfway.
So, what happened to Oakhold? Like, why is it abandoned?
Well,
Why did?
I'm not wholly sure. Oakhold
Oh.
was abandoned. Um, Oakhold was lost to us during a troll incursion. After the defenses inside went down. Something attacked from within.
Wait, what?
How long ago was this?
Oh, several hundred years ago, maybe a millennia?
Hopefully whatever it is dead.
I would
So
hope so.
who's the oldest person we know that might have been? Oh, hey, we could probably go back to Sylvia's place and ask some questions.
Bowie, she's not that old.
Listen,
Are you
the
No, she
histories.
probably is.
The problem is that the histories of Oakhold are still in Oakhold.
Oh,
So
so
there's
no one made it out?
lots of books there?
People made it out, but they didn't grab a lot of the books out of the or scrolls out of the library. That wasn't really a priority in leaving. We have stories about a great beast that drove them out from within their midst.
Any details
Well,
from these stories?
Yeah, that might be important.
Let me see if I can find one of the texts left by my mother. And he walks over to a series of books and scrolls on a bookshelf in his own office. The bookshelf reaches to the ceiling of this room, which is a lofty ceiling.
Well,
And
if your mother wrote it, she's probably still alive. You're a half elf,
no, my mother
right?
passed recently. That's why I found these things. She left them to me in her estate.
Oh,
She was from Oakhold. I was born in the latter part of her life.
well, I still don't understand why you're looking for some book about. DM clarification: demons are
Abyssal.
abyssal. Devils
Devils
are
are
infernal.
infernal. Correct.
So this guy, I mean, Bowie is a paladin. He would understand the difference between a demon and a devil. Because I have spells that apply to one or the other.
Correct. He turns and sits down on the ladder that he was about to climb to find the book about what information he has on Oakhold, and looks at you.
But
Alright.
I still don't understand why you're interested in writings that this human wizard did with devils. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Okay, look, I'll tell you. It's not public knowledge, alright? It's not public knowledge. But I'm part of the city council, and I'm privy to a little bit of information. Our seeker has had a vision.
Okay, I've had lots of visions, You eat the wrong thing, have a little too much dwarvish ale.
Can you explain more, please?
Yes, I was simply waiting for your companion there to finish his explanation of his visions. I don't think
talks a
these are
lot,
one of
people.
those. Uh, there are things happening in the world that are terrifying, that I'm not entirely aware of, all of the details of them, but apparently certain things need to be found to protect the entirety of Oridin, and one of them may be infernal in nature. So information on these kinds of things is important to find in the moment, because it could save everybody's life in the whole world.
What kind of things could happen?
Oh, excuse me. You're
Like,
saying what? Your seeker had a vision of some kind of
of great evil
super
all
devil
over
come-
Oridin and different places.
Is this a giant
Oh.
ball from the sky coming down and killing all of us?
No. That'd be ludicrous, of course not.
That would be cool, though.
He seems very reluctant to say any more.
I'm going to try to persuade him.
Say, so I was gonna do the other persuasion angle as well. So you mean he said something bad's gonna happen, but hasn't said anything else?
Also, since we are going there, we need to at least know what we're risking our lives for.
Yeah, we're
We
looking
can't
for
just-
a book about something that we have no clue what we're looking for.
Yeah, we can't just go
Said
there,
all the
hey,
things.
let's die.
Can I assist him with the persuasion attempt?
Absolutely.
Alright, here's persuasion.
22, I'm guessing.
Yeah.
If he knows anything else, he can maybe
Should say it
provide
now.
information.
Okay, look, I've already started telling you things that I probably shouldn't, but so I'll... It's too late now, I guess. The Seeker had a vision that, all 8 demon lords of the Abyss have entered the world and are going to destroy it if somebody doesn't do something about it, and one of the things that we need to do something about it is a heart of a greater fiend, and so we need a book on the infernal hierarchy of the hells in order to find out what a greater fiend is, so that we can find one and get it to the people who need it.
Okay,
Going to say
we
in
only have to
Elvish.
get you the book. Right, we don't have to worry about getting you the heart of a greater fiend, right?
Yeah,
Yes, that's correct. Yes, we just need the book.
I'll be honest,
This job should be in our wheelhouse, I think. We can find a book. Books are good. Hey, if I find other books, can I keep them?
No, you can bring
Or
them
if you-
back here.
or if we find maybe treasures, gold, weapons, what about them?
All I care about is the knowledge.
Alright.
Any books that you can return, any scrolls or texts that you can bring back, sure. But all right, look, we think that the book on the infernal hierarchy may contain a way to enter the hells from the material plane.
Uh, here's the thing.
It
Oh,
doesn't
good
like
to know.
one bad, but
We-
as long
we
as it's
don't-
that way and not this way.
Yeah, here's the thing. As long as we don't get involved with demon lords and get killed by them, Leon's
Devil
very
lords.
scared right now. Devil lords, whatever, they're lords anyway.
No, demons are something totally different.
Anyway, please let me talk for a moment. I'm okay with reading a book, but I'm not okay with fighting a lord that can basically end the war.
I'm not asking you to do that. I'm just asking you to find a book.
So,
But there's a beast there and trolls, maybe?
It is in the part of the forest that is frequented by trolls, yes.
what
knows how to kill
kind of
trolls.
Regular,
I mean, most things you chop them up and they're dead. But I'm pretty sure I heard trolls are funny that way.
regular trolls?
Regular trolls, regular trolls.
Can
Well,
you
they're
chop them up and they die?
I don't know much about troll, variations.
Do they spam your email? Finally got one.
Wow. There it is.
Twitch chat.
What is Twitch chat saying?
Yes,
you-
David just said this in chat. The charity event is going to be continuing here, but is also going to be continuing on the Loophole Kings channel. His time slot starts at 10 p.m. We are obviously going over our time slot as we normally go for about 4 hours in our games. So we will raid him after we are all done. But if you want to continue with the charitable goodness, feel free to stay here or head over there. And remember, we are back on as a part of the charity. I will be on with DM Matthew of Vanish X Zone for my world building stream. We're going to be contrasting and comparing the world and lore of Oridon and his world of the Shimmering Sea tomorrow at 1 p.m. Eastern Time. So you can come check that out. And continue to support us as we support Extra Life. But if there are any of you heading over there to Loopholes King's channel, tell him we said hello and that we will be in an hour or so to say hi. So thanks for being here and helping to donate and supporting the stream. So yeah, he's squirming. It is like pulling teeth, getting information out of Randolph of Woodhaven. But he turns around and climbs the ladder the rest of the way and grabs a book off the shelf. And the stories say that two beasts broke forth from beneath the great tree in Oakhold, but they were like many, and their gnashing and biting teeth brought down many elven warriors from within the halls of the great tree, and that those that fled did so in fear, and that it no matter how they tried to slay these beasts, they just continued to grow and eat.
Okay, if we're going there, we're sneaking. No fighting. Let's sneak.
But that was 1,000 years ago, so they're probably dead by now.
Or they're huge.
Are you in multiplied?
Or they're like really big, you know. You did say they kept growing.
Or there's more trolls.
They... If you don't want to take the job, I understand it's dangerous, but that's what you get paid for, right? You're supposed to go and do dangerous things and go to lost places and find things that nobody has found in a long time and bring them to people like me who won't go anywhere because I have children and I can't do that.
Well,
We're still gonna take the job.
Yeah, we just want you to know.
Be prepared.
I think
Yeah.
we just need like more information, maybe.
That's what we came here for. If you want to go and do the job immediately and get the money, we'll do that. But we want info before doing the job. And I think you gave us all the info you have. Looking at his face. Yep. Mark.
Alright, that's fair. I think we've bothered Mr. Randolph enough.
Not quite. Mr. Randolph, do you have any maps?
Yeah.
Yeah.
But, I mean, you have that one, but like, is that just to get there, or is that like of the Oakhold, or?
That is a map that leads that shows where Oakhold is in the ancient forest.
Okay.
That is the best he can do.
She doesn't have anything about where the library would be in Oakhold?
Our libraries are usually in the largest tree in the village, so it should be fairly central in the elf home.
Okay, and that Oakhold should be like this place with the tall tree climbing stuff?
Yes.
Not
Okay.
to be overly vulgar, but how did your dad meet your mom?
I'm gonna grab. Can I say? Let's leave, please.
Is that a necessary question for this meeting?
Yeah, please, Poe. Let's
You
leave.
said your mom's from Oakhold,
Yes.
but you said Oakhold's also been gone for centuries.
Yes, it was the later part of my mother's life when she met my father.
December May romance. Haven't you heard of those?
No?
Really? You?
I'll turn to Bowie and go, Bowie, elves can routinely live up to almost.
Well, I
1,000
know elves live a long time. That doesn't.
He liked older women, Bowie.
Okay, I mean that's fine, but
It's not uncommon for a human to.
well,
follow
I
up.
think it kind of is, right?
Well, yeah, no, you're right, but it happens.
Sure. Okay.
I am an only child. I don't know why I'm talking to you about this.
I'll
Well,
turn to him and Elvic and go, "Hey, I'm an only child too."
Do you have all that you need? Are you going to take the job, or do I need to hire another type of group like you?
You need to send the contract to ARC first, so our manager can accept it.
Certainly, we can do that.
Great. Thank you very much for your time. Anyone has any other questions?
Nope.
I'm gonna say that's a no. I'm gonna go head out.
We'll take the job,
Excellent.
and supposedly we get half up front.
We extinguished Mark. We got all the information out of him.
Yes.
Just to annoy Mark, I was tempted to ask for all the kids' names, but
We can't do that now. Ask the mother.
Half
No.
up front, sure. Yes, that's correct. And he pulls out a bag and gives you half up front.
So
No,
half
that,
of
like,
I take the bag.
3,500.
the upfront part's like non-refundable, right? Like if we die, nobody's gonna give you this money back.
You do know that, right?
Oh, I'm aware. Yes.
Well, thank you for your trust.
Okay.
So,
Sounds good. Let's go.
All right.
I was happy. She has a
so
bag
half
of money.
3,500.
Dio, shut your chatty chat comments down right now. Okay, fine, it's too late. Besides, Pat already knew what was going on, even if Bowie didn't.
Watch all the games, motherfuckers.
I got nothing. So
David might be the lore keeper of Warden, but I'm his motherfucking bookkeeper.
I should give you the secondary title of Lore Keeper of Orden. I don't know how well you keep notes, though.
I just remember.
Just for this game. Extensive notes for this game. So, yeah. You head out of the... of Woodhaven?
actually, as we leave Randolph's house, and everyone starts heading their way, is Randolph's house kind of like on a, I guess kind of everything is here kind of is like has a patio or like a deck where you can kind of like
See
sit
down?
and kind of
Yeah, absolutely.
sit and like dangle your feet or whatever.
Yep.
Armill's gonna walk out, and as everyone starts heading one way, he's gonna take a seat and stare down at the temple of Nadara for a minute and just kind of sit there. And he's got this look of kind of conflict and deep thought on his face. And then he's gonna get up, catch up with the group.
How noticeable is this? The rest of the group.
You've all kind of walked one way to leave, and he kind of has separated himself from the group and sat down on the
Basically,
edge of
if
this
you're
platform.
going like left, I just went straight and took a seat. It's pretty much right out of the door. So if you like just look over your shoulder,
You would
you'll
notice.
Fine. Bowie's probably gonna notice.
And then after a few moments, you stand up and follow the group.
Yeah, and when I catch up to them, I'm gonna look at them and go, hey guys, I have a question.
Yeah, what do you need?
So you guys are gonna head back to Deer Bluff and get all set up, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
And we're headed to Oakhold first, so you guys would probably swing by this way on your way to Oakhold.
I don't know that we're on the way to Oakhold first. I think the other one first might be better.
Well, it's on the
Oakhold
way.
sounds more deadly.
Dragon
Yeah,
Guard
but it's
can-
also on the way back.
That's true.
Right, but like, we can get a little R&R, after the whole real dangerous thing.
Aramil, I don't think that's your point, is it?
No, it's not.
I know it's not.
Mm-hmm.
Right.
If that's not the plan, could you guys maybe make a detour on your way out of town and swing by so I can catch up with you? If I can, I guess I'll probably have to talk to somebody about this. I'd like to stay the night here in Woodhaven.
Yeah.
Do you have the money for
fine.
it, or do you need anything?
I don't know. I I've never been to a place like this. I don't know if they use money. I don't know if it's trade.
Mhm. Just in
I
case, here's 20 gold.
Oh, thanks, Leon. I appreciate it a lot.
No problem. Have fun.
Um,
Anything you specifically need brought for the whole trip? I
Mhm.
mean,
no, I don't think so. You guys just grab all the basic preparations you need. I've got everything I need on me. So grab whatever you guys think we're gonna need. I trust your judgment. You guys are more survivalists than I am. So I'm
Mhm.
a city elf from Geneva on his first set of worldly explorations. So I mean, you guys will know what you need better than I will.
do you expect us to come back here, or you want to meet us somewhere, or
I can probably meet you guys. I can probably meet you halfway.
You can meet them on the road. There's a
Yeah,
road that passes by the ancient forest, so you can meet them there.
Mhm.
yeah, we'll do that.
so we get back, it'll be dark, and then we still have to get our hands on Pippin and stuff. So I think you could probably get away with staying 2 nights if you want.
Yeah.
That sounds great.
Yeah, because Pippin is up towards Wundelbergs into the mountains, right? So it's a half a day's journey to get back to
Yeah, so it'll
the
be night
bubbling
till we get back,
brews.
and
Yeah, you're right. It could. He probably has about 2 nights to. He could probably stay for 2 nights in the elf home.
if you're staying here, um, try to find more information about the whole occult thing while you're at it, and maybe see if anybody knows how you kill trolls.
I'll do what I can. Yeah, I mean, I might be an elf, but I'm still technically an outsider. So, but I'll do what I can. I promise.
But what they said they let elves into the library. Check out the library.
Yeah. True. True.
And maybe borrow me
Uh,
a book. But anyway,
I'm going to use my psychic whispers real quick.
Okay.
And how do I just roll? Right, slash roll.
Yep.
Um, so it's 5, but I'm only gonna make the link with Bowie real
Okay.
quick. I'm just gonna telepathically say to him, "Hey, Bowie, is this?" Do you have any idea why my parents wouldn't tell me about this? I know it's a really weird question, but
Well, I like you a lot, but elves that only live in the woods are kind of different.
yeah, but I mean, look at this place. It's beautiful.
Oh yeah, I'd totally live here. This is awesome. But I mean, uh, something doesn't seem right. Ah, this guy wants this thing on devils and stuff, but they haven't bothered to tell anyone else either.
Well, I mean, they probably don't want the whole city to go into a panic. Mass panic's good for nobody, right?
Sure, but if it's really a world-ending thing, you think they'd you know, tell some people.
I mean, they
Not
probably.
us, just, other people.
I'm sure there are other people who know. It's probably. I mean, I don't know anything about seekers. I don't know how true or accurate their visions are. So, but I mean,
Caramel?
do you want to take even a 5% chance on demon lords rising up to destroy Oridon?
No, but I just think, you don't need anybody's help, Aramil. you can be your own person. And I really like you, man.
I like you too, Bowie. I think you're pretty bodacious.
Oh, thanks.
And I'll cut the link.
Aramil, you stand on one of the Dio, I think that's a bowmance, not a bromance. You stand on one of the bridges that branch between two of the large trees that make up the elf home, and watch as the rest of Ark is escorted out of Woodhaven. And as you turn around, you just see the waters of the waterfall and the mist that rises and fills this place with a enchanting prismatic glow. And there is something about being here that feels far more at home than any city or town or dungeon you've ever been in.
I guess I'll find a guard or maybe just a passerby and ask if I can head down into the temple or if I need some kind of clearance to go down there.
You approach one of the guards and ask him in Elvish, and he looks at you and says, "You are one of the High Elves."
Yeah, I'm, no, I gotta be honest, I don't know what that means anymore, really.
Brother, you are free to go anywhere in the city.
Oh. Wait, really?
Yes. All elves are welcome in the elf homes, for we are one people.
Thank you. And I'll start making my way down the winding treehouse path towards the temple.
Okay. In the meantime, the rest of you are headed back to Deer Bluff. What are your thoughts about this job that you have accepted? The fact that Aramil has decided to stay behind. What is the conversation on the road as you head back to Deer Bluff?
Are we outside of like?
We don't talk.
Are we outside like Elven lands where we're not being
yeah.
followed or?
I have the feeling you would stay maybe quiet as you follow the elf to the elf guards to the edge of the forest. But once you have, once you're on the road to Deer Bluff, maybe in the subtle hills that begin the path to the mountains, on an actual road instead of a path through the forest. Does anyone speak up? Or is it a quiet 4-hour ride back to town in the slow building dusk? No, you guys aren't quiet. Bowie's not quiet.
It's nice to have someone to visit or go back to.
Something about that didn't sit right with me.
About the guy, Aramon, or the forest itself?
No, Aramil in the forest, that makes sense. That's like his people, you know.
Mm-hmm.
I understand that. You know, I've always wanted to go to the Feywilds for a long time, but like, you know, I think I've been there, but I don't know.
And I always wanted to go back to my village, but with this body, I don't think I can.
I think Something with Randolph's story doesn't make sense to even me. I don't understand why a half-elf who's living in seclusion with all the other elves wants anything to do with a human wizard. That doesn't make any sense to me.
Maybe
And his story doesn't make any sense either.
here's the thing, it's really not our job at this point. We don't want to meddle in a matter of world destruction. You get me? We're here just to do our job.
No.
And since he seems nice and just wants to help out in that situation, and he seems to trust us since he gave us like half of the payment, I trust that guy.
Ace would understand that, like, the elves don't live amongst the people, right?
No,
Or, excuse me, Leon would. Leon would understand that the elves don't live among people, and that, like, they're not. They're typically distrusting of other races. At least that's my understanding.
Yes,
I think
No.
that would be Bowie's general understanding. And the fact that this guy is letting us in, both into an elvish home, and that he wants something to do with non-elves would be weird.
Well, I'll say this: Leon may not know that because he grew up in a sheltered existence in his village, like a very sheltered existence. So he knows basically nothing about the outside world. But Ace would know that. And Leon is reacting how a naive, sheltered child would. Well, he seemed nice, so he's probably fine. But Ace is
Give us
probably
money.
in the back of your head saying, what he's saying is more right than you know. There is something strange going on.
I just don't think he told us the whole story. Like this Merwin guy, long pause. Do you know anything about him, or like?
Long
Not
pause.
having
Yeah.
Pippin right now really sucks, by the way.
It does. You'll have to get back and talk to Pippin, and he might be like, "Oh."
Well, I mean, I read a bunch of books and stuff and whatnot and whatever. So
But you're
do
not-
I
Oh, you're not proficient in history?
not proficient? No.
What is your intelligence bonus?
My intelligence bonus is a +3.
Okay. You do read a lot of
Like,
books and things. Go ahead.
She has like a 16 total intelligence, if I
Yeah.
remember correctly. Like,
Yeah.
she's not
Yeah.
dumb.
Okay, give me an intelligence. Give me a history roll. I know you're not proficient, but give me one. Okay, a 13. That
did
is
roll
about
well.
that is about as average as you could have rolled. Okay, you know who Merwin is. You know he was the advisor to the emperors. You know that there are lots of stories about the many things that he has done.
Clarification for me myself. The emperors. We're talking the human emperors
Yes, the
for this
Valkyrian Empire. He was
Yeah.
the
Okay.
advisors for everyone from Eric, the Valkyrian, the very first emperor ever, to all the way through until Karstofer III, the last emperor who died some 70 years ago. He
Quote me as a span of about like what 1,200 years.
no,
total?
it's like 800 or 900 years. It's about 800 years. That he
I
was.
vaguely remembered from the setting document.
Yes.
So it's like
And the stories of Merwin were that he was this like powerful wizard when he became the advisor to the first emperor. So like it's not like he was some 16-year-old apprentice when he first met the first emperor. He was like already a older man at that time, right?
All the stories give the idea that it's the same man, not a title or something.
Correct. All the stories they are all legends about the same person. This person was, he made, let's see, legends that you would know just from like reading stories as opposed to reading histories. He made the blades that belonged to the commanders of the 7 legendary legions of the first emperor. Like basically the swords that belong to this world's version of like the Knights of the Round Table eventually were crafted by Merwin. He helped defeat the necromancer who almost took over all of Oregon with his undead hordes. He closed the gates of he closed a set of infernal gates that had broken open in the material plane by confronting by going within them and finding a way to close them from the inside out. These are like legendary stories about this guy.
So like that story there, infernal. So
Hell, not the abyss.
yeah, but that's what we're talking about here, right?
You're talking about a book that talks about the infernal hierarchy. That is specifically about devils and their
Which would be infernal or
infernal. Infernal, yep.
Right. So so from the stories we know that he's looking for something that we know Merwin had an idea about,
Yes.
supposedly, and Merwin was closing them, which means stopping the bad, nasty things. So,
Yes.
you know, if they're afraid of more bad, nasty things showing up, knowing how to close the gate sounds like a good idea.
Mhm.
Right?
Sure.
Logically.
Yep. That's probably what the conclusion you would come to, yes. So those are all the things. But, again, what Bowie, I think, is saying is that why are the elves concerned with a bunch of human wizard knowledge? And why would that
In this case, my excuse would be specifically because the human apparently knew how to close gates for infernal dudes.
The other thing
Yeah,
is that document...
Bowie's response would have been, yeah, but the elves don't care about humans.
No, but they said that they think there's infernal things here. Nobody said they're trying to protect the humans. They want to make sure that they can protect themselves from the nasty things.
Oh, long pause. You don't understand. Elves don't care about humans.
Yeah, but they care about themselves, not the humans. Because if the demon lords appear...
Understand, Ace. Elves don't care about humans.
Right. But why would them not caring about humans mean that they're unwilling to use information gained from humans?
Because they would assume it's wrong.
Well, if they already had the books in their libraries, I think that...
If an elf didn't write it, they're going to assume that it's wrong.
Here, Bowie, here's a bigger conundrum. Why did they have a book written by a human mage sitting in one of their libraries?
I was just going to say, if they had the book in their library, they must have had a reason for it.
Bowie doesn't have any answers. Even Bowie is going, wait a fucking minute, this doesn't add up.
Mhm.
Oh no.
Okay, so perfectly good reason to go get the book, so we can see what it's wrong. Plus, it's a book.
Bowie,
Okay.
does Bowie have any idea why elves mistrust humans right now?
He's lived in the forest, so I would assume he just knows distrust exists, but he doesn't know maybe necessarily why. I mean, there was the war. Like, Pat knows that there was the war that they got driven into the forests for and they haven't come out from. But whether Bowie knows that, like, even I don't know. Like,
Okay.
how... Is that, like, a big thing that everybody knows about? Or is that, like, a...
It's kind of like it's kind of like talking about what is it? The Manifest Destiny, right? It's like everybody kind of knows, like, well, would you know or wouldn't you know? Like, if you're not from the United States, would you know what that entailed? Like, stretching the United States from coast to coast, like what that caused the native peoples of our country. If you were somebody who didn't study American history, would you know?
Sure, but even Americans
Oh,
know
no.
that the United States fought the Indians, right? Or that,
Right.
you know what I mean? Like, Bowie would... My question is...
Bowie, being that your parents are straights, like, you probably would have some inkling that they probably would also be like, yeah, like, humans suck. They, like, pushed all the people out of the lands. Maybe? I don't know. You tell me what Bowie would know.
It's something I haven't super worked out, but it's one of those things that I definitely know from being in the woods that Bowie would know, yeah, elves don't trust humans.
Yes, you would know that.
And the only reason I'm even allowed to be in the woods is because I'm not a human.
Right. Elves do not trust humans. They don't. That is correct.
In this whole thing,
What's that?
where do Goliaths fall in this whole thing? Are we
Most Goliaths are from up in the mountains, and
right?
like
So we're not exactly part of this, but
you're not
do
exactly
we have?
part of it. So
But do we have? Are we just like, you know,
don't
foreign country watching the U.S. kind of thing with
probably
the
like you
natives and Indians?
probably
Or
don't concern yourselves with it. That happens out there in Oregon, right? You're from the mountains. That's not of your concern. So maybe you would probably know enough to know that like yeah, that's because the humans did shitty things to the elves back at the start of the empire, and that's why. But that might be about as much as you know.
same time, since Goliaths lived like the human lifespan, to us it was like a really long time ago. So
Yeah. It was about
get
900
over it.
years ago, right? Or just about 1,000 years ago.
So it's kind of the get over it already.
You need
idea.
Pippin. That's what it comes down to. Like, if Pippin's trained in history, he probably could be able to answer some of these questions.
Yeah, Bowie's entire point is
Philosophy, not history.
we were very like Bowie doesn't even need to make an insight check. Bowie very clearly knows. Yeah, we were pretty much lied to. We only got one side of this story. There's more to it. We just don't know what the other side is at this point.
Maybe we also can find, I don't know, a book that can translate some of our words that can help us when we get the book.
Reading the book, and I personally am against reading infernal books. Well,
Wait,
Yeah,
you know.
those are usually in the part of the library where they don't like let like younger kids go. Oh, different. Never mind.
Actually, maybe I wouldn't say I'm against reading infernal books. I'm against other people reading infernal books. I mean, I'm a little curious what they say. Except the writing's kind of funky, and I need to learn infernal. Huh. I need to learn some more languages so I can read more books.
I'm just worried about Aramil, to be perfectly honest.
It's a 2-night sleepover. I think
No.
he'll be okay.
No. I mean, did you see the way he was looking at that temple?
Yeah. Like it was like home, church, God stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's the way you look at home, church, God stuff.
Maybe.
At least until
Coming
you've
from
been
the
there.
fucking paladin. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, yeah, you don't make any sense to me anyway. You're weird.
Well, I just don't want him to think that, maybe he... I don't know. I don't want him to think he's not somebody because he doesn't believe in something.
He believes in stuff. He believes in his family shopping stuff.
No, and
Big picture.
he needs to some time to be alone. Maybe he's 16. Maybe he needs some time to think.
Well,
about
not anymore, but
something
I mean,
like-
yeah, he's basically 16.
Yeah, leave him. Come on. I'm 16. I know better. Don't worry.
Like, Aramil is currently the literal embodiment of a 16-year-old trapped in a 30-year-old body.
Probably 26 or something.
Well, yeah, I don't know.
It was a big, pretty, beautiful city.
Oh yeah.
I mean-
like, you realize like Ace might be one of the few humans to have like ever been there, probably, right?
He's not exactly human.
Looks human to me.
Regarding that, what was
the
Ace?
damn
I mean, what was I like?
Bowie's passive
Think
perception's not 15, so no.
Uh, so this Langpaw noticed the
My passive is
skill.
16. I would have noticed. And I
Oh
certainly
my
noticed
god.
it last time when you had the bad makeup.
But did not say anything. Okay.
I'm a Goliath.
Mhm.
I know you don't look like a human, but other than that,
Yeah. Yeah. The first time Ace was there. Yeah, for sure. I mean Leon, for sure. Same thing. Don't worry about it. It's the same. We are the same. Don't worry.
What's this we stuff? You and your
Um.
twin brother again?
Yeah. He will come like maybe 1 month from now. You will meet him.
Leon, Ace says in your head that
Uh-huh.
elves hate humans because of what they did. What they always do.
Okay, small question, guys. I'm pretty new to all this world domination, countries, elves, humans, Goliaths. So did the humans do anything bad?
than anybody else.
Maybe?
Hmm.
Well, like, okay, so this is something that I don't know that I or Bowie would know. But typically, like, elves, like, come from the Fae, one way or the other.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
So, like, Bowie probably genuinely wouldn't know if the humans are from Oridon or if the elves are from Oridon.
Mm-hmm.
Is that a fair assumption? Like
See her first,
who was here first, right? Like,
or who isn't actually native.
or yeah, yes, like, so did like the humans move in and kick all the elves out, or were they, you know what I mean? Like, Bowie probably wouldn't know this. I don't know this.
Okay. So getting into some lore of the world to maybe clarify for you all as players. The elves. So something like 2,000 years ago, or like between 2 and 3,000 years ago, this huge cataclysm happened in the world of Oridon, where the dragons. Before that happened, the dragons had like a dynastic empire over all of the world. And after that cataclysmic event, the dragons were gone, and the Dragonborn exiled themselves to the islands to the south of Oridon. At the same time that happened, Thalriel the Elfhome appeared in Oridon from the Feywild, taking all of the Wood Elves and some of the High Elves with them to Oridon.
Okay.
From the Feywild.
I'm pretty sure Bowie would be aware of, like,
Bowie would be aware of that, because that is the same event that brought Piper to Oridon. Okay,
Yes.
So at least through familial stories, you would know that. And maybe the inspiration for Bowie becoming an Oath of the Ancients paladin, being like, I'm out of here, my parents suck, is maybe because of stories about his great-great-great-great-grandmother Piper, or whatever. I don't know. That's for you to decide, right? But that event happened, and like I said, that was somewhere like 2,000 to 3,000 years before the events that are going on now. About 900 years ago, the humans started an empire, and over the first century of that empire, slowly pushed from the coast all the way to the mountains. And in the process,
the humans show up and start pushing?
No, the humans were there. The humans have been here since during the before the Draconic dynasties. They were around.
They just like banded together and went empire-y.
Yes.
Those are the Orid, right?
Those are the Orid. Yes.
Okay.
What about any other races that were around? They've just been around in smaller numbers. No other odd interlopers.
Humans have been Yeah, all the other races have been around except for the elves. All the other races and like the other fey creatures, right? All of the other races have been around in pockets. In fact, the things like Goliaths and gnomes and dwarves were the ones that probably gave the dragons a run for their money because they lived in the mountains. Like the dwarves established cities even during that time.
Like Ironstone Hall, right? Like,
Yes, like Ironstone Hall and
and
Drakengard Keep have been around
as
for
Drakengard Keep is the one yeah.
yeah, they've been around for like since the time of the dragons.
Depending on if playing devil's advocate or whatever, you could think of it as the elves showed up and started expanding out, and then the humans reacted and rose up and pushed them back to say, no, this is our place. We were here first.
Oh, okay.
I mean, that's one valid interpretation. But
Okay,
like Bowie's entire point revolves around, wait a minute, this doesn't fucking make any sense.
just another
Doesn't make any
question, then.
sense, but
Another question. Would you trust Ace?
Who, me?
Yeah, all of you, both of you.
I don't think any of us have any particular political bent one direction or the other
No,
because we're
No,
all
Ace.
What,
Ace.
like Ace
we don't
Leon.
know who Ace is the
Yes,
problem.
yes, they don't know who Ace is.
Yeah,
They
but they
only know
spent-
you.
Correct.
Yeah,
this is why Bowie's like, what do you mean we? Like,
Yeah.
oh, we.
Because Leon himself doesn't know who is who anymore. He's
correct. That's
basically
why.
confused.
That's why I am trying to make the point. Like, wait a minute. What does a half elf
Mhm.
who lives in elvish society, who are all isolationists, effectively, want anything to do? This would be okay. This would be like the equivalent in the real world of like a Native American shaman being like, "Yes, I'm going to consult with my medical professionals in New York, and we're going to come up with a cause to this." It doesn't happen. So Bowie is like, "This doesn't make any sense." There is you're either lying to us, or you've left a part out of this story that's very important. We should talk with Pippin. Sorry,
I think,
long-winded explanation, but like
Yes.
I am like, what the fuck is going on? This doesn't make any sense.
anyway,
So-
I think we should just go back home, relax for a bit. It's been a busy day. We traveled a lot.
Back, and you can ask Pippin all these questions. And we're still going to go there and get the books, though, because,
Mm-hmm.
he paid us. We owe him something.
Who knows? Maybe he can make another wand of wishes of what he learns inside the dungeons.
But I mean, if everything he told us is perfectly true, then it kind of matters.
Mhm.
I said if.
Aramil,
Yes.
you walk into the Temple of Nadara. The temple is beautiful. And when you walk inside, you realize immediately why it's built on the ground. In the center of the temple is a white tree growing out of the center of the temple, and the branches of the tree go from the buds of spring on one end to the bare leaves of the bare branches of winter on the other, and the leaves on the the tree actually goes from buds on one end to full bloom tree to dying autumn leaves to bare branches as you look from left to right across the tree in the center of this temple. A number of elven priests are tending to the tree, and there is just a feeling of absolute solitude, of absolute peace here. The interior of the building is completely white, and there are, except for a couple of pools, built into places here and there. Ponds where fish kind of swim and the water laps as they do. It is completely serene. No one approaches you when you come in. You can see tiny glowing specks kind of floating in the beams of sunlight that come in through the skylights and windows of this building.
I'll head up towards the tree, towards the priests who are attending to it. Trying to soak in everything that I can, while not passing out from just overload on my senses that I'm currently experiencing. And I'll stop about, I guess, 5 feet from the closest priest as I get closer to the tree, just to see if he says anything.
The priest looks up and just gives you this welcoming smile, but says nothing.
I will use... No, I won't use that. I'll just, as quietly as I can, in Elvish, ask him, is it forbidden to speak in the temple? I'm new here.
He smiles and says, "No, child. One may speak in the temple, of course. But it is a place for contemplation of the passing of the circle of life and death, and of an appreciation of all that is in creation."
Well, I've certainly got a lot of contemplating to do, I know that.
You seek wisdom.
Maybe? I think answers is more accurate, but wisdom usually has answers. I'm sorry. My name's Aramil. I'm from Geneva.
It is a pleasure to meet your acquaintance, Armo.
Nice to meet you too. I just
This place, if you seek answers, you seek the library, and you seek the Eye of Vidian.
Eye of Vidian?
The god of knowledge.
Right, sorry. I'm not the faithful sort, I guess I should say. No offense, it wasn't not something my parents were into, so I never really heard much about it. Of any faith.
We all start our journey somewhere. For some of us, it ends at the beginning.
Yeah. I'll come back, and I'll just kind of like turn on my heel as a little bundle of nerves and confliction, and just fast walk my way out of the temple. He's not really ready for some of the questions he has yet, and I'll start trying to make my way up towards this Eye of Viridian.
As your contact here, Randolph, had told you, the library is typically is housed within the largest tree in an elf home. It's not hard to find it. And entering into it, it is literally built at the base of this tree. You climb up a short flight of steps to a platform that is maybe 5 or 6 feet off the ground, and then into an entryway that leads into this huge tree. And the entire tree is hollowed out on the inside, probably up about 60 feet upwards. And from floor to ceiling of this probably 30 or probably 40-foot diameter internal tree, interior of the tree, up about 60 feet. The entirety of those walls are covered in books on tiers and tiers of shelves, and there are stairways that lead up to platforms every 8 feet or so.
Long Pause is gonna be so jealous.
Carved into the wood of the floor is an eye, and in the center, in the pupil of the eye, are carved stars and a crescent moon. This place feels just as holy and just as serene as the Temple of Nadara that you had stood in. And as you look up at all of this knowledge before you, wondering where you would even begin to answer your questions, I think we will draw tonight's adventure to a close.
Oh my god.
And we'll pick up next week, hopefully with Pippin having some answers. Oh, we just got raided, and we literally just finished the adventure, but we are going to do our affirmations for tonight. Thank you for the raid. That is amazing. It is an epic raid. It certainly is. Welcome in. To give you a brief rundown, we are number one raising money for Extra Life this weekend as a part of our charity, a charity stream with D20 Connect. So welcome to the Raiders. If you would like to help with a good cause, please consider doing that. Thank you for the follow, Chromaga410. We will also be doing our world building stream tomorrow. I'm going to be pairing up with DM Matthew from Vanished X Zone, and we are going to be talking about both of our homebrew settings. Mine is Oregon, and his is the Shimmering Seas. Thanks for the cheers. Nice. You guys are great. We just finished an adventure that presented a lot more questions than answers to our group here. But we're gonna take some time right now, and we like to do affirmations for our players, where we talk about their favorite moments for their characters, and maybe the other characters as well. And we ask the audience to participate, so maybe you'll get an inkling of what happened as we talk about those things, and it might pique your interest to go back and watch the video later on. But we appreciate the raid, and we hope you stick around and see this. We do ask that if you there in chat present your favorite moments for one of the characters, if you would please share favorite moments for all of the characters and not just the one. But Pat, what is your favorite Sir Bowie moment for tonight?
I don't know. Bowie kind of got forced into a role that Bowie doesn't typically play tonight. Bowie is kind of the heart of the group, and he got forced into kind of being the leader of the group tonight. And was like, let's go here, let's do this, yada yada yada. And Ace and I both kind of tag teamed that a little bit.
A little bit, yeah. But
like, I don't know. I would say, the contrast between his reaction to Sylvia versus the contrast between his reaction to Randolph, because at a surface level, Bowie should probably implicitly trust Randolph, but he doesn't, because what Randolph's saying doesn't make any sense. But
Not
where
for
Sylvia
Bowie.
is kind of like, yeah, but what Sylvia's saying, right, is just like, oh, it's just somebody's grandma. She's innocent. She's harmless. How bad can it be?
Mhm.
Yeah.
Anybody else favorite Bowie moments?
Bucket full of problems. Now that I have context for it, I think that was a great freaking, a great
Just
joke
a great
there.
one-liner.
Yeah.
Mhm. The interaction with the butler, it's the simple things like it makes me picture the situation in my mind, like seeing this gigantic man just shaking the hand of a butler who speaks for his master. That's it. That's great. That's all I wanted.
I think I really enjoyed just Bowie, like, not being the leader, but like just kind of being his friendly self, but not knowing, like not falling into the role of the leader easily for Bowie, right? He's not really the leader. He was clearly uncomfortable with like trying to be in charge of any situation. Like, Dot, what would you do? Like, which of these jobs would you pick? And just those interactions where it was clear that Bowie was unsure of himself. I enjoyed those moments. Specifically at the beginning with Dot. I always enjoy Bowie's interactions with Dot.
It's almost as though Bowie has self-doubt problems.
What?
No.
Oh,
Not Bowie the Bodacious.
Dio said Bowie's the best Bowie moment was whatever you do, do not take your clothes off. And trying to get an explanation on how the elven mom met the human dad.
mm-hmm.
Again, it destroys. I won't say it destroys his. It so firmly conflicts with his world, with everything that Bowie has been told about the world. Right? It conflicts so severely. He's like, how did you even meet this woman? Like, and how did she not just immediately dismiss him?
I wanted to
Really
make
old and
sure.
going senile.
Again, I wanted to make sure that was a Bowie understanding or a Pat understanding.
No, that was a Bowie understanding, because Bowie's a satyr, right? Like, no matter, like, he has satyr parents, right? Like, if you grow up in a household, like, if you grow up in a Roman Catholic household, right? You have some very different views on God and Jesus and his relationship to man than if you grow up in a Protestant household, right?
It's true. Yeah. And that's
You
kind
know,
of what
like-
Bowie is dealing with right now. Is
He's like,
this
no-
like
That's not how this works. Like,
elves
Like,
elves don't like marry humans, so how did that work? And like elves don't listen to humans.
Nobody claimed that they got married.
But the idea is that Bowie just doesn't get it, right? Bowie doesn't get it.
Bowie wouldn't have a problem with an elf marrying a human. Bowie would think that was probably great, but he's like, wait a minute, how the fuck did they pull that off, right? Like,
Right.
that doesn't make any sense.
Sure.
So sorry, Pat needed to clarify, like, hey, I'm not just being an obstinate asshole. Like,
yeah, I get it.
Bowie has very clear reasons why these things don't make sense.
Yes, absolutely. Just because Bowie is strongly concerned about what's going on and why this doesn't make sense doesn't mean it doesn't make sense. It just doesn't make sense to Bowie. Gage? Did you miss what I said? Did that confuse you?
I was just trying to process if that was a sentence.
Mm-hmm.
That was a lot.
The thing may
No,
make...
I get
Yeah,
it, but
okay.
it was kind of like,
It was a roundabout way of saying it?
yeah, I was
Following.
following the roller coaster until it ended.
Gotcha. What was your favorite Aramo moment?
Oh, geez.
We'll just
I,
springboard right into that.
Man, I think making the choice to stay in Woodhaven was probably my favorite bit because
Yeah, I
I didn't
thought
know
that
if
was
you were
awesome.
gonna let me do it. I didn't know if you were gonna let it happen. I didn't know if it was gonna be like, well, you're an elf, but you're a city elf, so you're not like a real elf, so get the heck out. But now that I'm here, I've got a lot of thinking to do.
Hey, they're asking about the D&D Beyond extension, and that is a good question. Why is Pippin blue while everybody else is red?
You can pick your color, I
I
think.
think it's because you can pick your color, yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think it's because he can pick his color. Yep. Anybody else? Other Aramil moments? That I will echo that was my favorite Aramil moment as well.
Yeah,
tonight.
me too.
Yeah.
Makes a lot of sense.
My favorite Aramil moment is picking up the bauble.
That
After Bowie Blade, do it, you won't.
was yeah.
Bet.
Look, like that's part of the social contract for me with D&D, right? Like I feel like too many people like it's like the okay. This is a mini player rant, right? But like if your DM puts the deck of many things in front of you and you don't pull a card, why are you playing D&D, right? Like if you're gonna put baubles that are breakable in front of us, we should interact with them. You know why? Because we should. Like it's fun. Like if we break one, who cares, right? Like it's not like we broke something in real life, and it gives us a unique role playing opportunity, right? Like
Hey,
I have to keep telling myself not to try to pick somebody's pocket
Graham, thank you so much for the subscription. You're amazing.
you
or
should
swipe
do it.
something off the desk or
You should do it, but like if you do it, just know that like one, Pat, the player doesn't give a shit that you've done it. But Bowie be like, why would you steal from these people? They're dirt poor.
that's why I was considering stealing from the really rich lady because she might
Why
not
would
even
you
notice.
steal from the really rich lady? We're gonna get caught. Like
Leon cared about that because he wanted to play the adult or the leader, so he didn't want to start off by breaking the client's stuff.
Yeah, it's really
Yeah.
funny. It was really funny because Leon like wanted to play the role of the leader and was trying really hard to do that, and Bowie didn't want to be the leader, and they kind of ended up having joint leadership duties this adventure. But that's not entirely true either because even Longpaws got into the important questions
Yeah.
in the conversation with Sylvia. So
Yeah.
I thought there was a lot of moments for
It's
a
a
lot of
goal.
players, right?
When
What's
she
that?
has a goal, she knows what she's doing.
Yep.
When there's no goal, there's people.
Anybody else have? I mean, yeah, the bauble was a great Aramil moment, and absolutely him in uh, staying in Woodhaven was a great moment that I did not expect at all, but was awesome.
Yep.
So yeah.
Long pause. Do you have a favorite Aramil moment?
Like, do you like being all quiet and are we allowed to talk?
It's the little details, right?
Yeah.
Channeling my inner long pause there.
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
Perry, favorite Leon moment today?
I like the contrast between Leon in Sylvia's house, then in the Elf Town. Like in the Elf Town, he does not know anything, and that's all strange to him. It's just he keeps quiet, looking around. But in Sylvia's, he tries to be the center of attention there. That's it.
Mine's got to be Ace talking to Leon as Leon is revealing information that he probably shouldn't be talking about.
But he keeps talking because he doesn't know what to do.
It's just
Keep
interesting
talking
to hear
part
that.
is perfect.
Little internal monologues. They're
Yeah.
the best.
Interesting to see that second voice come out when it's not in control. Because I wasn't sure how this whole two souls, one body thing was gonna work.
Yeah, first I thought maybe I can roleplay too, but since I am pretty new to D&D and I'm not good at roleplaying, well, I agreed to play only Leon, and Mark helps me out here.
Yeah, I think that makes for a. Uh, I don't even know if it has anything to do with your role playing chops at all, and much more to do with it's a lot easier to manage a single personality,
Yeah.
especially at first, and it makes it so that if Ace is supposed to be more worldly and Leon is not, then it's a lot easier for you as a player who's new
Mhm.
to the world setting to play a character who doesn't really know a lot about the world, and for me as the DM to play the worldly voice in your head that's kind of like nudging you in certain directions.
Mhm.
I think that is a helpful interaction for both of us. Um,
Mhm.
Dio agreed that uh, Leon telling the party about Ace, and Ace getting angry, and then Leon clamming up, was her favorite Leon moment. Um, I uh, I enjoyed when Bowie was like, "There's something wrong here. Something is going on. Like, we need to know. Like, why does he want? Like, this doesn't make any sense. This contract doesn't make any sense. He's not telling us anything." And Leon's just like, "He was nice. It's probably fine. We're just gonna go back and get some rest. Don't worry about it. It'll be okay. He already paid us money. He's probably trustworthy. He trusts us." Like, I think it was just a clear contrast between like the characters. Because I think that would be Leon's point of view as kind of a sheltered kid from a village. Like, oh, he was nice to us, probably fine. Um, so yeah, I enjoyed that.
Mhm.
Any others around the table?
Nope.
Like all the fun stuff. So
Tig, favorite long pause moment?
hmm, right now my brain is saying when she goes to bed, but I don't think I did that in this game.
You didn't yet.
No, no, but I need to soon. Um, yeah. Uh,
Things on my end for long pause. I
my
loved
brain is
long.
frozen.
I loved long pause being the shrewd ass cold negotiator bitch
Had
in
a
the
goal.
Yeah, I was
in
very.
with Sylvia, because it's like everybody's also like, yeah, whatever, we get paid, whatever, we're here for an adventure, right? Like that's what Bowie's here for, right? Let's go have an adventure at this point. But she's like, no, we're getting paid for this,
So
right?
you're willing to have an adventure for the old lady, but you don't want to do the bigger adventure with the funky story.
Oh, he didn't say he doesn't
Bowie,
want to
make up
do
your
it.
mind.
He didn't say he wasn't willing to do it. He said there's something fishy about it.
No,
Yep.
but there is something too. It's not about getting paid. It's get how much percentage
Correct.
we
Yeah.
get paid.
Correct. It's
That's
the
the
level
thing.
of payment that's
Yeah,
just
it's
like,
the
oh, this bitch is
details.
ice
That's
cold.
what
This bitch is
matters.
ice cold.
Yeah.
How
Yeah.
Clear
much?
cut pay.
How
We
much
needed
are
to
we
know what it
talking
is.
about? Yeah, exactly.
10%,
Yeah.
15, 20.
That was
Yeah, I was-
honestly my favorite long pause moment, as well. Right there was
Yeah,
that.
that unexpected business savviness that just kind of came out of nowhere, out of this supposedly socially anxious Goliath who's apparently read a couple of like business books in her Goliath library about how to negotiate and how to make deals. Because
Yeah.
holy crap!
And there's
Go ahead.
Me to convince anybody to do anything, but I know how to pretend.
there's another moment too where at the start of this session, she just stood by the door to listen on all of us.
Yes.
But
Yeah.
when something came up about gold, she comes up immediately.
Oh, I heard you're talking about money. I too enjoy money.
Dio
My
said,
name is mine.
Dio said trying to be the good kid at the museum and like leaving her hands behind her back as she walked around and looked at everything, and talking with the client, and then getting really self-conscious that there are people she's talking to and wanting to get out of the room.
I'm talking to you.
What's that?
Nothing. Don't worry about it.
So yeah, awesome. Any DM moments that struck you tonight?
Liked how you avoided using the lady's voice for most of the conversation.
Yeah.
That was very inventive.
I actually wanted to hear that
Finally.
voice.
I think everybody else missed this, but I like that you finally named the halflings that are fixing up the bubbling brew.
Yeah.
Oh, I missed that. That must have been when I was gone.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
They have names.
Yeah,
And I'll never know.
yeah, they're tip and top.
Yep.
We
Makes
have
sense.
to do something about that too.
Because they're constantly fixing everything. They keep it in tip-top shape.
Yep.
And they can say that.
Mm-hmm.
Waiting to
this
see
is-
if the furniture they make starts moving around or if only the original stuff moves around.
My favorite DM moment, and I kind of already said it, was the being able to stay in Woodhaven, and then the stuff that followed after Aramil was alone going to the temple, and then getting nervous about being there, going up to the library and realizing, oh, it's just the same place but with books.
Right, this one's better.
Dio said, me playing Dot and also playing Sylvia through a proxy.
I want to know what was going on there.
My favorite is the Ace thing because this is the first time where Ace actually talked that way.
Sure.
So it was like intriguing to me. I want to see what happens next.
I'll say this. When you run 6 games a week, making every NPC different and interesting becomes more and more difficult all the time.
It's pretty much impossible.
So
Yeah.
you come up with quirky, interesting ways to try and do that. Prissy elves with lots of children, or old ladies who talk through their butler. You know,
Or
you start coming
allegedly
up with-
lying half-elf.
You've got to be more and more creative.
You need a group of NPCs or whatever in there that are like all basically identical and very mundane and boring looking.
Those are the
But
ones
they all have like this same. But they all have like basically the same name, like Dan and Don and Din or whatever,
that's who Tip and
in all
Top
different
are,
towns.
right?
Turns out they're all brothers or something, you know. Otherwise, they're perfectly boring, mundane, normal.
You guys haven't talked much to Tip and Top.
We haven't talked to them once.
Not once. They just kind of run around in the background.
Achievement.
We'll see what happens if you ever do.
Mm-hmm.
So far, every halfling in my setting has had a Brooklyn accent, so we'll see.
Couple of wise guys, eh?
Oh, they're all wise guys. Try going to Riverdam Raft.
Brooklyn
Oh,
Builders.
God.
So what
That'll
you're
be
saying
fun.
is you can find a pair of cement shoes in Riverdam Raft?
You certainly can.
Oh,
All right, guys. Well, thank you.
I heard you.
Thanks for being here. Thanks for thanks for playing. Thanks for watching. Thanks for donating. We appreciate all of you who participated. We hit just under $200 tonight. I have another stream tomorrow. I hope we hit the goal, or maybe I don't. I'm supposed to, if we hit the goal, I have to run a D&D game for a bunch of people who are going to be cracking jokes continuously. There will be very little D&D played in that game, I think, because it will just be constant cringing on my part, at the very least. So, if you want to help get me to torture, to suffer for the good of others, to I submit myself torture for the benefit of the people, then please donate to Extra Life. Or if you just want to help a bunch of kids who need it, then donate to Extra Life. We are going to raid the Loophole King, so when I put the ending stream up, just enjoy the little flits of fire that flick across the stream, and wait for us to go raid Loophole and watch as the first part of the attempted assassination of Empress Scalene takes place in his one-shot, and we'll see if we can't help boost his views and get him some donations for Extra Life as well. Thanks for being here. We will see you next Friday for Artifact Recovery Corporation. So long.
Later, guys.
Later.